Glutathione has a way of doing that, but the glutathione itself is not registered as a cosmetic product to be used for skin lightening, because anything that you take in, whether oral or you inject, ceases to be a cosmetic product. It turns to be a drug, because the pathway is different from that of a cosmetic product.
There are fears some women are now resorting to intravenous bleach, where chemicals are injected into the bloodstream. The agents of this practice are the beauty and cosmetics clinics dotted in cosmopolitan neighborhoods. The investigative team engaged some of these clinics, and this is how much they charge per session.
God forbid anything happens, you're always going to blame the day. Yeah. And also, you know, it's true, we're mixing it with 500 ml of blood. I don't want to overfill her, especially because she's pregnant.
Dr. Bayu notes that the springing up of these clinics is worrying. He observed that bleaching through intravenous bleaching substances has far-reaching implications for every part of the body.
I think we should be very concerned about it, and I'm hoping that the regulatory agencies would quickly step in. Here I'm talking about the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, I'm talking about the FDA and other regulatory authorities that are in this space, because I mean, not even to expectant mothers, to anybody at all, there are risks of these medications. And now it's bleaching has gone high-tech.
Former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Nsiasari, believes the time to crack down on the operations is now.
I don't believe they are actual clinics. Most of them, I'm sure, are beauty parlors and beauty salons. I'm also worried about it because I see people even advertising boldly. And now everybody puts stethoscopes around the neck and this thing. So we are not even sure. I'm not very sure if it's owned and manned by health professionals. Anybody who goes into the body of the person, into the vein, or give any medication should be qualified to do so. So I know that HEFRA, which regulates such clinics, hospitals, maternity homes, and hospitals, some of us have asked them to go around and find out if these areas are actually registered.
Mr. Nkrumah's worry, however, is that many of the active ingredients in these skin lightening creams have been banned by the FDA and are toxic for its users.
That practice is not permitted, because if it is, then the Medical and Dental Council will have to approve either the individual who is doing that practice as a professional who has the requisite education and background to do that, or the facility will also have to be licensed by HEFRA to be able to do that. Then it means the details of whatever practice that goes in there has been seen and approved by the regulators for that matter. So if you are not in any of these categories, then you don't qualify to do that, because whatever is being done is clinical in nature. So it has clinical implications, and it has to be done by a qualified professional to be able to do that.
Back in Choco, many residents have expressed concern over this craze. It's become a popular culture that's been practiced even among children. Kweno Alote, whose sisters have bleached the skin of the children, is not happy with the act.
They are not aware of that. So because some people end up, when you see the body, like some after 15 years of bleaching, you end up, you see your body is very thin. Since you've bleached, the first layer is of that sort, then you see you end up seeing your veins, you see the veins, and then sometimes too, when there is a cut somewhere, it takes time to heal your wound. Then sometimes your face end up becoming some black green, some kind of colors.
Former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Nsiasari, argues that parents do not have the right to bleach their children. He says there are sufficient laws available to provide protection against practices that are inimical to the safety of the children.
Parent doesn't have that right. That's why the government and the legal systems are there to protect the innocent child. The child is not at the age to take decision for him or herself. For a care, he wants to be black, even darker. Now, even those who are white outside, they are trying to become dark. They go to the sand beaches to go and tan themselves. Some of them are now writing and coloring themselves. You will not even know if he's a black person or not. So allow the child to grow to the legal age, and the child will take his or her own decisions.
This is a dangerous phenomenon for both the children and parents. As the echoes of these stories linger, we are left with a sobering truth. The pursuit of lighter skin comes at a devastating cost to health, to identity, and to generations yet unborn. Behind every bottle of bleaching lotion and every bar of whitening soap lies a deeper wound inflicted by societal pressures and misguided ideals. But this cycle can be broken. The beauty of Ghana is not found in lighter or darker shades. It is found in the resilience of its people, the richness of its culture, and the pride in its heritage. It is found in the courage to say enough, to protect our children from harm, and to embrace the beauty of every skin tone. As we close this chapter, let this documentary be more than a story. It must be a call to action, a call for education, for policy change, and for collective efforts to uplift and celebrate the true essence of African beauty. Together, we can ensure that no child ever feels they must alter their skin to be worthy of love, respect, or acceptance. Let the light of self-love shine brighter than any shadow cast by colorism. For Ghana, for Africa, and for the world, it's time to heal.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplast goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are strong, are tough.
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
If it is established that money was distributed to influence the election and it affected the outcome, the results will be cancelled. That is Joseph Osei Owusu, chairman of the Presidential Elections Committee of the MPP, declaring ahead of next Saturday. So, it does look like the elections have been cancelled even before they are started, right? Have you heard the campaigns and the people themselves talking about money and the promise of money? Did you hear Kenneth Japon tell the delegates to be ready because on the day their money is assured? Will the elections happen without being cancelled on the back of this declaration? We're looking at the MPP's 2026 presidential flag bearer race, and there are over 211,000 delegates who are going to be voting at 333 centers. And it's just 7 days to go. We will unpack that for you. I have been asking some people if they imagine that Ken Ofori-Atta, if he had been to the OSP or been to the Attorney General or Iyoko, would have spent 1 day in detention. And the answer has been unanimous. Any person I ask say they don't believe that Ken Ofori-Atta in Ghana would have been detained for a single night, not even 1 hour. Yet, he's in ICE. No, he's not dead. He's in ICE detention. It's getting to 2 weeks now. And guess what? His hearing has been adjourned. And if he's unlucky, he could be in detention until April. Oh. Is he getting bad advice? Very terrible advice, as some people are saying. But Sedina Tamaklo Atieno, is she also homebound? Because she is also a fugitive from justice, just like Ken Ofori-Atta. How do we bring them home? That is the question. Transport fares. The drivers, commercial drivers, are doing kalabule, or what should we call it? They won't charge the fares as approved. And they are doing tot. Instead of a straight journey, they will do it bit by bit so they can make extra money. And fuel. Just when people are celebrating that they can pull up at the fuel station, fill up their tanks, and go happy, the fuel filling stations are fighting. Some want a certain legal threshold dropped so they can even drop the price further. And that is being resisted. How exactly? Don't go anywhere. This is Newsfile. We'll be right back.
And Namum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Nina Swabrabo.
The Saka pensions, Carol. Mesaka order sika. Mesaka insurance no.
Mesaka loan.
Momo fogusuri ye ejumaden di aboye nyina ye sika ho ban se MTN ana momo jumaye ni be frewa or the 0244 300,000 ene be frew na numpo orimbitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma wani na ho na wonsa enka omo.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You didn't for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, you strong and you tough.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Ball Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Let's talk hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are normal structures located in the anus of all mammals.
But it is only man who suffers hemorrhoidal disease because of the erect closer we have assumed and the squatting that we do to empty our bowel. Hemorrhoids consist of a special type of blood vessels which fill with blood when we are moving our bowel and help to cushion the anus against the force of transmitting the stool. Afterwards, they empty their blood, collapse, help seal the anus to maintain continence. Over time, these vessels lose the elasticity of their walls, become dilated, permanently filled with blood, leading to congestion of the hemorrhoids. The symptoms of hemorrhoids are bleeding and prolapse of the hemorrhoids when passing stool, itching and feeling of warmth in the anus and anal discharge. Laser, ligature, and longo are the modern, minimally invasive, most effective, and painless methods of treating hemorrhoids today.
Muntaba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Let me start off by saying that opposition is painful and lonely. We know this. Good friends don't pick up calls. They ignore us and they find new friends. We are living it. We feel it every day. And surely, none of us wants to remain there. We want power to serve, to transform lives, and to move Ghana forward. But power does not come through division. Power comes through discipline. Power comes through unity. Power comes through sacrifice. Let's note, the history of this tradition teaches us a simple truth. Whenever the MPP is united, it is formidable, and whenever it is divided, it bleeds, and Ghana pays the price. Remember the 1979 election. The PFP and the UNC. The rest we all know. Factionalism may energize internal contests, but it weakens the party's capacity to win national election and to govern effectively. And I was saddened hearing that the respected Professor Wagu saying publicly that he did not vote in 2024 elections. This is what division can do to us. It's unfortunate. Unity is not a slogan. Unity is conduct. It is a discipline to disagree without destroying one another. The humility to accept outcomes we may not like, and the maturity to place the national project above personal disappointment. Every single insult traded, every unsubstantiated allegation, every attempt to demonize a rival today becomes a weapon in our opponent's hand tomorrow.
Let me be clear. The MPP is bigger than any individual. No ambition, grievance, or faction is greater than the elephant. Leadership contests must never weaken the collective cause. Unity is not optional. Unity is not a slogan. Unity is a strategic necessity for victory.
The NPP is bigger than any individual. No ambition, grievance, or faction is greater than the elephant. Leadership context must never weaken the collective cause. That is profound. And that's just all the NPP needs to work towards a good election in 2028. But will that happen? That's the fear. There's a fear of implosion as they trade insults, adults who are seeking, the delegates' votes and seeking to become president of this country, trading insults. Next week, by this time, voting would have happened about 1 hour into the voting, and the state is involved because the people who are paid with our money, the police officers, there will be as many as 70 to 150 officers at each polling center or voting center, supervising the 211,849 eligible voters who are expected to be at 333 polling centers. So if you're having in the least about 50 police officers or 70 in the least at each polling center, imagine what that number will be, 335 multiplied by that, and you see how much the state is investing in the elections. The Electoral Commission officials will do it. So this is not about MPP, it's also about the state Ghana. It's only 7 days to go. And that's how we start our discussion this morning. My guests are right here in the studio, and get ready for a show that you will enjoy, a very memorable one. Inus Ofori is former MP Tamale Central and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He was also Minister for the roads sector. Hassan Tampuli is MP Gushon and Deputy Ranking Member, Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament. Okay, so the sector I just spoke about, he was also there briefly. That's transport, and has been at the MPA. He will assist us to understand this, floor price. That Star Oil says, kick it off so I can give, people lower prices to buy the fuel. What is the problem with that? Professor Ransford Jampo is Professor of Political Science and is CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Kwabena Bonfe Jr. Dr. Kwabena Bonfe Jr. is lecturer, UPSA, and is CEO of Census. And Paul Adomochre, who is supposed to be here, he's late, host of the Good Evening Ghana and news reporter. Of course, you know that philosophically, he leans to the NPP, and he will have some good information to share with us as far as the flag bearership contest is concerned. He's been hosting almost all the flag bearers and their spokespersons in the course of the month. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Newsfile.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Right. So we heard Nana Akufo-Addo. Maybe we start from that point. He says that the MPP is bigger than any individual. No ambition, grievance, or faction is greater than the elephant. And the leadership contest must never weaken the collective cause. That's what I think it's all the MPP needs to succeed, right? Hassan Tampuli.
Thank you very much, Samson. Good morning and good morning to your listeners and then to panelists. I think that the choice of words of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, sums it all up. The MPP has always been a party of contests. And when we go to contests, it's so vigorous. Sometimes you find friends, go to contests and they don't, it's no holds barred situation, all right? So they go at each other, finish, and then when we come back, we unite as one party. It's happened in the past.
So I'm just taking a preliminary comment around, and I'll come back. You take your time and discuss it at length.
It's happened in the past when Dr. John Selby, Professor Dubois and co, Dr. Joseph Ofori-Atta and co contested it for the 1992 elections. And then also you had those who contested for 1996 elections and then 2000 elections and so on and so forth. So at the end of it all, we have to come back together as one united party with a common agenda, capture political power from the NDC, and then to implement our ideology. Basically, that's what it is. So, Matthew Macau.
People say if you look at even the fiscal posture of the candidate, particularly the front runners at the peace pact signing ceremony, it can tell you that all is not well. And, mending the cracks after Saturday is going to be difficult.
Now, that should tell you the real wisdom behind the choice of 31st January as the date for our Congress, at least 3 years before the elections. I mean, some of these things, assuming that it had happened a year, 24 months or 12 months before the next elections, how do we go through the process of mending the cracks and all of that? So, it's good that we are having it early enough so that we give ourselves enough time to be able to build bridges, reach out.
Chairman of the committee is suggesting that if there is money, there is vote buying in the process, the election will be annulled. I think you should annul the election before it starts.
Why? Why should we annul the election?
Do you think the election can survive money exchanging hands?
So what happens typically is that we normally we support the delegates with some kind of transportation. Now, some delegates leave their homes. For instance, in my constituency, from one end of the constituency to the other is about 106 kilometers. Now, going to Akufo-Addo is 77 kilometers. You can put that in context. Then you understand how far it is. Somebody travels that long distance. I mean, the person has to use his or her own money. We have to find a way to cushion the person, provide lunch or some meals for the person. These are party people. They don't have to go and sacrifice for the party at their own expense. So basically, these are some things just to cushion them.
You know the fact that this is their cocoa season, and each candidate will be giving. In the last election, flag bearer race, we saw it, particularly between Baumia and Ken Japan.
Okay.
That the delegates were voting and were taking envelopes from each, candidate. So this is not coordinated. And there are people who step out of their houses, their homes, and the voting booth is right there. And yet they are taking 1,000. We heard some place that they were supposed to give 2,000. Somebody gave 2,000. Somebody gave 1,000, and there were these complaints.
And that's a difficulty that we have.
That's clearly not transportation.
That's a difficulty that we have sometimes. Now, they are all delegates, equal rights and equal voting rights. Everybody has a single vote. Somebody comes from a far distance, another person just lives next to the polling station. You can't even begin to prorate and say that I will give you maybe 100 cities and give this other person because he's coming from a further distance, 500 cities. No, delegates will not understand. So you have to give a uniform amount across. Otherwise, you suffer, some,
All right, so you hold your thoughts there. Professor Jampo, no one is bigger than the party, no ambition, grievance or faction is greater than it. And this contest must never weaken the collective cause. The right words, typical of Nana Akufo-Addo, but will it translate?
Well, clearly, President Akufo-Addo is noted for making great speeches. And so this is typical of him. But as to whether the aspirants would pay heed to what is said or not is a different, matter. As to whether he still has the weight and the gravitas in the party to be able to command listenership within, and amongst the aspirants is something that must be looked at. But Samson, clearly, I believe that what happened and what I saw was good for the optics. Seeing very seasoned old politicians all being marshaled or being brought together to meet with aspirants and to prevail on them to sign a pact, a peace pact. I thought it was good, but I kept wondering that all these experienced politicians, have they always been around? I mean, sometimes I see the conduct of those who are running the party now, a conduct that radically departs from how the BJ Daroches ran the party, the conduct that departs radically from how the Odoi Sykes, the Alajitis, the Ejenim Wattens, how they ran the party. I keep asking myself, but where have they always been in not reining in some of these people who show exuberance? The other point I want to make as a preliminary comment is, yes, I agree with the wisdom in trying to do what they want to do Saturday. But at the same time, I also feel that it shows a certain upside-down thinking. Who want to construct a huge story building without digging down a solidified foundation? Who does that? All over the world, I know that both doctrinal and mass political parties are powered by their base. So if you yourself, you argue that in the previous election, your own base did not vote for you, or your own base decided not to vote, then if you are trying to contest another election, it behoves on you to do, in my view, what is necessary and what is important, rebrand and rejuvenate your base. And so given the kind of defeat suffered, I would have gone for the rebuilding.
You go to your substantive submission soon,
yes,
but because of the point you raised, Akosia Frema Osel Pare, former chief of staff, made this statement that appears to support what Hassan Tampili had said. She said, in my work as a chairperson of the party's conflict resolution committee from 2010 to 2020, it became clear that our losses in elections can be largely linked to the many internal conflicts within the party and our inability to heal faster. They say this top-down approach is intended to give them room to heal fast.
But the essence of forming a political party and the essence of what they are doing is to be able to win an election. And you cannot win an election without your base. It's your base that, when properly rejuvenated, would help you to win an election. And so, for me, a coin has two sides. I see the argument in saying that let us do this now so that we can heal faster. But at the same time, if you select a flag bearer now and the base is also not properly constituted and all that, it could also spell doom for you.
Okay.
But so if there will be a way to ensure that even though for me this should have been the last
right. In 30 seconds, will this election survive Osei-Owusu's, declaration?
But I thought you rightly pointed that out, that then it's going to be very difficult for them. They should be bracing themselves to just annul the election, because we've had promises that the election is going to be raided with treating. We call it in Ghana monetization or monocracy. Yeah. But treating is the key word. Yeah. Treating in politics refers to the illegal act of providing food, drinks, and money or entertainment before, during, and after an election with the corrupt intent of influencing voters' choice. And the practice is considered a form of bribery or corruption aimed at swaying electoral outcomes through improper influence rather than merit.
And it's clearly prohibited by our laws.
So the point is that
these have been in power. They were distributing food on election day. Monsignor is here. They were distributing food.
So the point is that
election has been
our elections over the
everybody
years.
Everybody does that.
Well, but the fact that everybody does it does not make it right. Elections over the years have been riddled with treating. And so when I heard that statement coming from Joe Osei-Owusu, I laughed and I said, well, let's hope and see how they will be able to set the right example so that all political parties would follow.
All right.
But it's going to be a tall order for them.
Okay, Dr. Bonfe.
Well, I have a gift for the MPP, particularly sounding the note for unity. Coincidentally, the Seventh-day Adventist Church daily Sabbath school reading this week focused on unity through humility. Unity through humility. And that point must be made, that if we can give up the perverted view of unity coming through some aggressive, or if you like, showmanship, it will not work. It is only when we are humble and show humility. And humility simply means descending or condescending from where you ordinarily, properly may have been, to take a position for the overall attainment of a bigger object. And that is what Paul's talk about in the book of Philippians 2, verse 5 to 10. Was the Christ mind. That as Christians, we believe though was God, equal with the Father, came and took on the form of a human being and died, even the death of shame, so that he could nail sin and death into their rightful places so that we can have eternal life. And that's what he offers. So what am I driving at? We need to all accept that it is not just the MPP that requires unity, but this country called Ghana. Right from independence, we've been divided about the most essential things, key building the nation. We cannot all have one mind or be, say, if you like, robots. But being in one mind simply means agreeing on the things that are essential to us. And one thing to do is to avoid the triggers of disunity, key among which lies and hatred. And in this book, Stephen Davis tells us these two, vices, lies and hatred, they work together, and when they have combined, their aim is simple. They work to overthrow, to attack, to maim, and if possible, kill the truth and any life-giving thing. That is what must be the focus. And I think that at the end of the day, they know what it is. Their rules are clear. The lawyers here will tell us better that you don't legislate that which cannot be obeyed. I have had the privilege and the opportunity to run a party. Sometimes the theories are not the same as the practice. So I say that whether it is bottom up or top down, it is not so much what you do as how you execute it and guide it. It is not so much what is done, but how it is done. The before, the during, and then the after. That is what, creates cohesion. One can do bottom up and fail. Someone will do top down and succeed, vice versa. So the important thing is that what are you putting into it? And how sincere are we?
Okay.
Ghana's biggest problem, and perhaps I am looking at it from a wider perspective, because what is happening to the MPP may just be symptomatic of what is happening to the general country.
So we interrogate that because obviously Professor Gyampo will not let this go, because that's a point that he stresses more forcefully. Let me come to...
So if I would just make the last point, I think that the NPP as a political party knows what is good for them. The important thing is to walk the talk.
Exactly.
Okay.
They know what is good for them. You said it and you are saying no.
Well, Samson, you said it very clearly. That Nana Akufo-Addo, and then supported by the good old prof. That Nana Akufo-Addo is noted for grandstanding. He will make all the speeches, but he never believes in those speeches.
I'm sure they are tapping each other and asking if it's the beard that makes him old. Because he's not old. Professor is a very young man. And he said a good old prof.
No, I mean his status as professor and lecturer.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Now, so you see, he believes in grandstanding. And anytime he gives a speech, watch it. It's just grandstanding. From vigilantes to new civilization, when he was swearing in Gloria Sophia Akufo, you watch it, grandstanding. Because everybody knows that the party is a collection, an organization of people of shared beliefs.
That's not fair to him. You are not
what
in
are the
his
shared
heart.
beliefs?
You are not in his heart. You don't know what he's saying. He's convinced by them. But all of us know in this country that Akufo-Addo has the gift of the gab. And he's able to sway you, and that's how he got onto the political scene and got all of us, excited towards the, election that brought him to office.
It's true, he got us excited by those words that he uttered. So he's a good orator. But does he implement what he says? Sidney Hatta got everybody excited. So I'm saying that you find grandstand. I can give you numerous examples. I've stated him. I can give you numerous examples. But let's come back to it. What he has said is known to all politicians and people who study politics. Because the MPP is a collection of people of shared beliefs. And what are these shared beliefs? They have shared position on values. What values should animate their party? They have norms that regulate and guide the party. The MPP itself has a culture, and the people who subscribe to it share in that culture. They believe in certain principles. Okay, they have a philosophy. So if you subscribe to the values, the norms, the culture, the principles, the philosophy, then you have to subordinate your individual interest to the interest of the party. Who doesn't know this? Who doesn't know this? I mean, just like if you are a Ghanaian and you take the oath that you are a Ghanaian, I mean, you can hold yourself above the country. So a collection of people within a defined territory calling themselves Ghanaians, nobody within that territory can say that it's higher than Ghana. You subordinate your individuality. So we all know that. But we must interrogate the MPP. And if you interrogate the MPP, and particularly what happened yesterday, you will see that the fractures in the MPP are deeper than meet the eye. Where were the Council of Elders sitting of their party? Where were they sitting?
Sitting arrangement too is a problem.
It's a problem.
Sitting arrangement.
Yes, it's a problem. These are optics. Where were the different factions within the party? And we know that this party, the MPP, is heavily fractured. There are people within the party presently who are fighting to win back the soul and essence of the MPP. Were they represented? Did you see them?
Who are these people?
Oh, I can mention many. I can mention Nyahu Tamaklo. I can mention many. I can mention just recently Professor Frimpong Boateng.
Ata Kennedy, Nyahu Tamaklo, Professor Frimpong Boateng. Which MPP events in the last, say, 10 years have you really seen them at?
Which MPP event have they been invited to?
Do they have to be invited?
I thought that what you did yesterday was on invitation.
No. I have to. If you feel very strong as a party person,
you better ask whether they have actually been invited and whether there is a conscious, deliberate effort to build an inclusive party. That's what you should be asking. And whether what we saw yesterday is not a perpetuation of a single dominant group within the party, and that would militate against their stated intention to heal the party after Congress.
Okay.
And then let me just say, when I heard you read about the former chief of staff, I said, how can a party be thinking of healing, curative, instead of preventive in pursuing its policy? How can a party be thinking that way? It's what? That even before going into elections, you are saying that we will have so many differences in the party that we need to heal. And that's what Bonfe is telling you, that you should design a process that limits the ability of people to fall out, to invite you to come into a healing process. And that I don't see the preventive. And you can see the suspicion that animated the whole process.
Is it
okay.
That's preliminary.
Right.
That's preliminary.
It's
when
fine.
we come to the
It's fine. But do you sincerely believe that what Jose Uso said will be implemented?
In the last primaries, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia spent not less than 4.8 million Ghana cedis on the election day. What do you call that?
To that?
But by the amount of money that he publicly stated.
How much did he give?
No, but the amount, I calculated it. And if you go back and calculate, but the amount of money he publicly, 4.8, more, not less than 4.8 million Ghana cedis.
Million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
But that's small. That's small amount. That's not sufficient. For these their elections, I've heard some of the leaders, including some of the aspirants, I've heard some of them calculate how much they have targeted to spend. And it's far more than what you're talking about, more than 3 times.
So if that is the floor,
so that's what I was saying.
If that is the floor, then you can imagine that what the ceiling will be. If that is floor, because you are looking at 211,800 and over delegates. Just multiply
because the amount you're talking about is like for an MP election, not a national election.
So that means we really have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We really have a problem in this country that you can classify 4-point-something million Ghana cedis spent by an individual who is contesting an election as being small. When the party itself is the organization conducting the elections. When members of the party have contributed through their dues and fees to the party, when candidates have paid filing fees to be able to contest the elections, and an individual outside all these expenditures is spending that amount of money, and you still say it's small. Now, so you see, as a country, and that's why we are getting, every day we are getting into problems. We consider these things as de minimis.
No, but even if you look
that's a problem. That's a problem.
If you look, for example, Brian Champon has disclosed publicly that he personally funded 62 MPP members of parliament with 20,000 cedis each month from 2021 until the party lost power in 2025. That's amounting to almost 50 or 60 plus million Ghana cedis in total, right?
I agree with you. So when I heard Brian Champon say that,
and that's for just one region.
No, I had my head. I said, well, the Internal Revenue, now Ghana Revenue Authority, probably must be running after Brian Champon. Not so. Because we know that Brian Champon is into the hospitality industry. We also know that he was a minister. He publicly stated that he spent this amount of money on delegates. If that is true, the GRA must be running after him. It means that...
No, but he has sources that can afford much more than what he's talking about.
What sources?
Inheritance. Are these two the only sources that you know that he has money from?
You haven't forgotten Article 286 of the Constitution?
He has big businesses in this country.
Yes, so has he paid the requisite...
But the GRA hasn't said he owes...
So that's why I'm saying the GRA should be running after him.
Why should they run after him if they don't have any issues with him?
Really?
Yes, that's a presumption you are making, though.
Really?
Paul Admochi joins us. And let's continue from there, and perhaps let's begin substantively. Paul, you have been speaking to these candidates, 5 of them. You've been speaking to their spokespersons, and I see you interrogate them often. Now, does it sound to you like the party is ready for what Nana Akufo-Addo speaks about? That no one individual is bigger than the party, no grievance, no ambition is bigger than the party, and the contest should not weaken the collective cause?
Well, thank you very much, Samson, and good morning to all our viewers. I'm excited to see some of our compatriots from way back here in the studio. Permits me to say that. Of course, I mean runs for Jampo, who else? And Inusa Fuseni and Hassan Tampuli. Kabila is also good. Thank you very much, Samson, for the invite. And I'm very happy to be here. Now, what this Congress is doing, there's only one thing that Ghanaians need to observe, both political parties from this Congress, to make a determination, because I've covered many Congresses. The atmosphere before the Congress is not different. What is different is that I'll be enumerating how the MPP has been voting for their Congresses over a long period. What we need to look at is the Electoral College that is going to do this election. For those of us who have been looking at Congresses for many years, the Electoral College may be shifting in terms of its demographics. If you look at the Electoral Commission role for voters, 58% of voters in 2012 were below the age of 35 to 1835, 58%. Then in 2016, 62%. Then in 2024, 78%. That's telling. And that is what we need to observe this MPP Congress, to see whether the youth vote is affecting not just the national electoral roll, but the delegates' electoral roll.
Are they having some new albums?
No, they have the old album.
Yes,
the old album they used in 2023.
Exactly. So
that's why I said two things.
So the statistics don't change.
Yes, whether the youth are able to now affect it. And I say that because if you look at the MPP history...
You mean non-delegates?
Yes, non-delegates.
Affecting
whether
the
non-delegates' youth opinion can change what the delegates are going to elect, or whether the youth themselves have become delegates. I'll give you one example, maybe a few more. In 1998, when Akufo-Addo ran against Kufuor for the MPP Congress, the large youth were on the side of this change agenda, radicalism, let's change our party. That's not the first time it happened. It happened before, but I can talk about 98. I attended the Congress as a student reporter, and I found Professor Edubwahin sitting by himself at the catering guest house in Sunyani sometime around midday of the day of the Congress. And I approached him. Because I was a student, I began the conversation from there. He asked me who were my lecturers, and I told him, and we started talking. And then he asked me, what do I think is going to happen? And I said, oh, we all expect Akufo-Addo to win. He smiled. I said, well, Akufo-Addo may be the man of the moment, my friend, but this is a conservative party. They may not elect him. I just chuckled and said, well, you are the prof. When I walked out of the catering guest center, just walking outside on the streets before, I saw about 3 or 4 buses with young people chanting Akufo-Addo slogans. There were about 4 buses. Later, I found they were from Sunyani Polytechnic. And I said to myself that, oh, Prof should come and see. And then he will see that Akufo-Addo will win. What I didn't know, and what we all didn't know, that those people in the buses were not delegates. They were chanting slogans. They occupied the room. The atmosphere in the room was charged, but they were not delegates. So that's 1998.
And then what happened?
And then Kufuor was elected, as Edubwahin predicted. Kufuor was elected in 1998. He was elected by 62%.
So you meant to say Kufuor when you said Akufo-Addo?
No, I said we supported Akufo-Addo.
He supported Akufo-Addo.
We as Akufo-Addo people, we came all the way from Commonwealth Hall to Sunyani. We were brutal Akufo-Addo supporters. And we had voices, and we chanted. What we didn't know is that we were not delegates, and we didn't have the right to elect anybody. What we have to find out on 31st January is whether that process has changed or whether it is the same. Now, in recent periods since Edubwahin, the first time the MPP Congress, high-profile Congress, went to elect somebody and gave us an upset result, upset in quotes, was the 2022 contest between John Buedu and Kodia. Okay. That's the first time the MPP since the Edubwahin era gave that situation where everybody thought the establishment, but then Kodia came out to win. That's the first time it happened. I have been looking at that, and I suspect that was 2022. I suspect that may have influenced the Bawumia people, because when the campaign of 24 started, they were the first to do this youth thing, separating youth. 2024 was the first campaign where we saw a designated campaign for youth, different from the rest of the people. We didn't see that. So Bawumia started it. Then John Mahama did the youth manifesto. So it will be clear that there's a certain response to the youth in 2024 and in 2022. What we are waiting to see next Saturday is what happens. And before we see that, we then have to decide on the 2 candidates who are contesting. Who is the youthful candidate? Who is the candidate the youth wants? Who is the candidate for change? That's going to be interesting to decide, and it is interesting to determine how the delegates are thinking about it. Because whilst Mahamudu Bawumia is the younger person, he appears to be coming from an incumbency establishment situation, even in this election. It would have been possible for him to turn himself into a change candidate, but that has been very difficult. So he doesn't control 100% of the change emotion and the change sentiment. So we have to wait to see how much percentage he controls. Now, if you look at that and you look at the results of the election, then you have to wait for the MPP Congress to see whether the Ghanaian electoral situation is shifting in favor of the loud voices of the youth, whether they have that influence or they don't.
So you completely avoided my question, but this is good. Let's stay where you are. Let's stay where you are. So bottom line, what's the point? That the front runners, Ken and Bawumia, who in your view fits the description of the popular from the youth, so to speak, who may not have a vote, and whose shouting and noise may not amount to anything, as your encounter with Edubwahin reflected?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that we have to wait to see whether the encounter with Edubwahin will reflect in this election. But I noticed that in 2022, the MPP did something else, different from what they had done since Edu Boahen. And if you take a person like Nana Akufo-Addo, for instance, he has been a change agent and also a conservative candidate. In one election, he was a change radical agent. In another election, he was a conservative candidate. So you can look at that. But we have to wait for the voting. And the louder, they say the grassroots, that's what they call them. The grassroots are calling for Ken. The grassroots are calling for Ken. But Dr. Bawumia is youthful. So does Ken truly have 100% of the youth votes? Does he have 70%? Does he have 75%? And if he does, has the youth vote metamorphosed from just talking into actually having influence over delegates?
Maybe let's get a bit scientific, because Info Analytics, very reliable, has consistently pulled Bawumia far ahead. So how does that, reflect in the analysis that you project?
Info Analytics on 19th January pulled Bawumia at 57%, Kennedy at 32%, 9% for Brian and the rest. That's 19th January. 20th January, Info Analytics pulls Bawumia at 56%, Ken at 30%, and 11% for the rest. On 23rd, which is the latest, Info Analytics pulls Bawumia at 57% and 28% for Ken. Evans Dua, another pollster, lesser known, but who has been captured even on Joy News, I was watching this morning, pulls Kennedy Ejapon at 52%, 52.59%, and has Bawumia at 36%. The polls from Musa Dankwa suggest that Mahamudu Bawumia is going to win. But I'm worried about the Musa Dankwa polls because I have looked at the trend of the NPP primaries. And most candidates, all of them, if I not most, from Kufuor, most candidates, when they attempt the presidency within the NPP for the first time, and they are coming for the second time, they have always increased their votes within the NPP contest. That's a matter of record. So Kufuor moved in 1996 by beating Edu Boahen from 50-something and to beating Akufo-Addo by 60%.
So that aligns with Musa Dankwa's polling?
No, that doesn't. Musa Dankwa is polling Bawumia at 57 from 60 the last time. So Bawumia will be, if Bawumia wins at 57, there's a concern that must be dealt with because the NPP.
The point is that he has led with a gap. That is difficult to I'm not
talking about Bawumia winning anymore.
Close.
I'm worried
about
the percentage because this is not the trend. The trend of MPP internal elections has been that you go first time, you get 60%, you don't win. You come second time, you do better. Akufo-Addo got 49% the first time in 2007. The next one, he got 84%. So if Mahamudu Bawumia has won by 60%, and Musa Dankwa's post is showing him coming below 60%, that's a concern.
And yet leading, that's the important factor.
That's not the factor. All the people I'm talking about have led. They led Congress 1, won, led Congress 2, won. But in Congress 2,
the Evans Dua polling,
yes.
How believable is it for you? How credible is it for you? He's not known anyway, so he's not been tested.
I interviewed him, and he said to me that he has interviewed 30,000 odd individuals. I found that incredible. I questioned him about it. He said it is true. When he held his press conference at the British Council, he told the media that he had also recorded most of these interviews and invited them to have a look at it. So I don't know. Musa Dankwa has been successful with 2024's election, so you can't write him off. But all I'm saying is that if Musa Dankwa's polling are what it is, for me, it's not just about Bawumia winning. It's about a deeper crunching of the data to determine where really the MPP is.
All right. So you have done 10 minutes of your substantive points rendition. Yes. So you hold on there. You hold on there. We come.
Okay.
What do you want to say? Do I get a sense that from where you sit, Ken will take it? Do I get a sense that that's what you're communicating right now?
What I'm saying is that I don't know who will take it, but I'm waiting to see how it turns out to fit it into the analysis of the data that I'm doing. If it goes Ken's way, it will mean that the voices outside the delegates have now begun to influence.
From what you know and what you have known about the MPP politics particularly, because you're deep within there and you have your ears on the ground with the people who matter in the NPP.
Yes.
Is it going to be a difficult election for Bawumia?
Well, from what we had been gathering from delegates, yesterday I spoke to people in my constituency in Ejuso, and Bawumia had done 66% in Ashanti in the last time. They don't think he may get 66%. Kennedy Japan has held Central Region and Volta Region. Now, even for my friends who are Bawumia people, like Hassan Tampuli and all those my good friends in Bawumia, and I love them, they even think that Ken still has Greater Accra and Volta. That's a concern. Bawumia will need to pick up Ashanti heavy and pick up Eastern as well. So it is looking like if Bawumia wins, and he may win, he's not going to achieve the 60% that he got the last time.
Okay.
For me, that's very, very important.
All right, thank you. So, yes, Hassan, we'll go across the table this same way. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting perspectives coming through. But I think I need to speak to some of the issues that my big brother Mbe Inusa raised about the monies that are being spent. The last NDC presidential primaries, President Mahama gave each delegate 40 Ghana cedis, and it's on record. Every delegate, and there were about 300,000 or so, or not, I'm sure they probably are even more. 40 cedis, 40 Ghana cedis each.
That was chicken change compared to
at the time.
What was given by MPP candidates.
Spent 200 cedis per delegate. All right, this is like 2022 we're talking about here. So when we sit here and then we are analyzing matters like this, we should give the whole picture. Let everybody understand that, look, I'm talking about MPP, but this has happened in my party as well.
That sounded more realistic to TNT than when your people were fighting over somebody gave, is it 1,000, someone should give 2,000, and I got 1,000 instead of 2,000. We saw them grabbing the envelopes.
I'm just making
I've
a
asked
point.
My producers to look for those
in the last presidential
and
primaries,
the people who were talking
Dr.
about those
Bawumia
things.
did not spend 500 cedis, he didn't even spend 400 cedis in the last presidential primaries. They spend that amount of money.
The OSP actually had to go after some of these people.
That's what I'm saying. It's all right. I mean, you can easily find out some of this information. He didn't even spend that amount that we are talking about. You understand? So please.
He spent less than what you say, John Mahama and.
So now we are doing comparatives.
No, I want to know from you.
So see, everybody is guilty. That's what I'm saying. And Professor Jambo here,
since you know with exactitude, how much your
on the day of
spent,
election,
you should be in a better place to know exactly how much you spend. How much did Bawumia spend?
So he is validating the president's election as he sits here.
But the point, you answer my question.
He is validating the president's election. And you want to remain in office as CEO of Shippers Authority? The president, NDC distributed food, my big brother here. And they gave people money on the day of elections. So if we are going to talk about some of these things that will create problems,
that's Electoral.
You understand? Then it will give us a lot of problems as party. And it comes back to the point, I'll let you come in. It comes back to the point that my brother, Commander Ofori, was talking about. We've passed some laws in this country that we don't intend to implement, and we don't even have the capacity to implement. So that should, tell us that we have to look at some of these situations. But I will allow you to come in.
What I wanted to say was that, you see, I made the point quite clearly. I mean, I wasn't ambiguous about that our elections, historically, have been riddled with cheating.
That's true. That's what you said.
That's what I said.
Yes.
But we cannot sit here and then, my point I was making was for us to institute measures to ensure that we minimize these things that we would not be buying conscience.
Fair point.
So it is unfair for you to say that somebody did it and so we also want to do it. I mean, how do we develop as a society?
We have to put everything in perspective. Basically, that's what. So I think we are all on the same page. But then I come back to the main points about, the chances of the various parties. Of course, since even before we won power in 2016, I've always been a Bawumia person. And in June 2018, I'd already declared for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the logical person to lead after the expiration of the tenure of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The point is, the polls that we are talking about
I'm sure that if we had pollsters in 98, they probably would have pulled Nana Akufo-Addo as a front runner at the time, and they would have said that he would have won and so on and so forth. Polls don't
because of the noise the students were making.
You understand? So polls don't necessarily determine election results. If
so we should
polls were
disregard the polls that put your candidates ahead.
I mean, the polls that we did, in fact, there is a parliamentary election that we did in the 2024 election. We had a meeting of parliamentary candidates and the posters were giving us the numbers. There's one particular person who was polling about 91%. 91% of the total votes in his constituency. He lost the elections. He lost the elections.
But was he?
You understand? He got about 40%.
He may not.
You understand? So, in fact,
who was conducting the polls you are talking about?
It's a very credible agency.
Because ahead of the elections,
so maybe
ahead of the elections, there were all these charlatans.
I'm telling you, look, these are posters who have been doing polls for the party.
Who polled the leading and it turned out to be
I'm not talking about stomach direction polls.
Okay.
These are polls that we have relied on, scientific polls. I'm telling you for a fact. Take it from me. With all the integrity available to me, I'm telling you this for a fact. Look, these posters come in and sometimes it's completely topsy-turvy. You don't even understand.
So what's your point? What's your point?
So the point I'm making is that, look, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning on Saturday by the special grace of God. And it is not just about who is shouting loudest or who is insulting more vociferously. All right? It's about who the delegates see as the person who can deliver, who is a more marketable candidate, who has the temperament to lead and to absorb pressure, and who has a very active vision to spare the party and the country and to deal with challenges that we have had as a country. When you go to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign in Jomoro, and then you happen to join his campaign in Pagachiana, the message is consistent. You understand? So he's gone through this campaign with a consistent message across the country about his vision, where we are coming from, what he has done for the party, his sacrifices, and he acknowledged the sacrifice of everybody. Look, and in fact, the kind of attack that he has come under is also a test of his character as a leader. I mean, sometimes you find that one or two people would have been attacked in the course of the campaign by people that I may call, for the lack of a better word, subterraneans, not high-level personalities within the party. When they attack them, you get their reaction. Now see, even when his colleague aspirants attack him, the full glare of the public, sometimes malicious lies, look at his body language, look at his reaction. So all of these things, you know, so sometimes when they put him under such attack, they
Samuel Uku tells us that as he sat at the patch signing,
yes,
he was unhappy and he told them about how he's unhappy. And his unhappiness is because some people are doing things who should have been subjected to discipline. Like Professor Frimpong Boateng, who, you know, is facing expulsion. And yet they are not doing anything.
No, but I mean, so that was an opportunity for us to have addressed some of these challenges. And just to speak to the...
What was his expectation?
You know,
what was his expectation? Like Chairman Sebonso says, that Japan attacked him unfairly on the basis of a falsehood. And then called him a liar on the back of the falsehood that was attributed to Dr. Bawumia. So what should be done to Kenneth Japan? What was he expecting?
No, you see, we had an occasion after some of these vitriolic attacks, and an occasion had been provided for us. It would have been excellent if, for instance, Honorable Kennedy Japan has seized the moment to acknowledge that the source of his information was false. And so it was on the basis of that false information that he made those comments. And he takes those comments back. No, it would have been in keeping with the spirit of the moment.
But that's the individual's decision.
I'm just saying that.
Why should he be unhappy with the party leadership?
I'm still making a point. That wasn't done. We had an opportunity for leadership of the party acting national chairman, general secretary, chairman of the Council of Elders, former president, former chief of staff, and all of that, minority leader, they were all present. There should have been an occasion again for one or two amongst them, with all due respect, to have made some specific references, assuming they had to even do that, and also make reference to some attacks on the person of Honorable Kennedy Bochepon. It would have been okay. But to have left the matter as if nothing had happened, especially when it had happened just 2 or 3 days before.
But there's the other side of the argument, that there are people who speak for Bawumia who have done equally or even worse against that
That's
other
the point I'm making.
And Bawumia has not come forward, once he says something of the sort, that, it's not him. But if they are your people, you should be... taking responsibility.
So I'm saying that meeting provided us an ample opportunity, a usable opportunity, to have raised concerns about those attacks going either direction, either against Bawumia, against Kennedy Japan, against Brian, or any other person. We should have been able to speak out at that forum. That wasn't done. And I think that we missed a very excellent opportunity to have spoken to the nation that, look, we as a party do not condone some of these things, and we take an advantage to put that on record and to scold.
You do not condone them when the candidates make them, but you condone them when your supporters make them.
No, but the General Secretary, for instance, has referred the Bono Regional Chairman to the Disciplinary Committee for attacking Honorable Kennedy Japan. People have attacked Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They have not been referred to the Disciplinary Committee. Honorable Kennedy Japan himself has attacked Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He has not been referred to the Disciplinary Committee.
He should be referred.
Professor Frimpong Boateng has said openly that he did not vote.
You sincerely believe.
Please.
You sincerely believe that a candidate a week to the election should be
disciplined. You're making a point. I'm just saying that, for instance, Professor Frimpong Boateng has said openly, former flag bearer aspirant, has said openly that he did not vote for the MPP, in the last general election. This is a man who has benefited from the MPP during Akufo regime. 2002, he was appointed as CEO of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. He had to quit. It took a lot of effort to get him to quit. Even in 2007, to contest the flag bearership election, he was removed from office in 2011, as you know. So this is a person who has benefited from the party. Understand? And then one day you tell us that you didn't vote for the party for whatever reason.
Because of the
remember
divisions.
The benefits.
And he was clear about it, that people's arms were twisted. Look, and there was monetization.
How was it done?
And he's clear that it was all for Dr. Bawumia, and he's unhappy about it because it's repeating itself.
You see, they make wild allegations. They ask them for specific. How were people's arms twisted? Look, there were ministers in Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's regime who didn't support Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Nobody removed them from office. There were ministers, there were DCs, there were CEOs, there were other appointees, there were presidential staffers who did not support Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Nothing happened to them. So nobody arm twisted anybody.
You have done your time. Yes, Prof.
Something on data, something on the Global Info Analytics about polling.
Right.
Professor Amposo was saying that we are not dealing with stomach direction polls, we are dealing with real scientific polls. I'd like to say for pollsters that in 2018, I was in America to cover the midterm election. All the polls said.
Did you know that some videos circulating on social media falsely claiming to be from Joy News and advertising some drugs are fakes? These fake videos advertise unapproved medicines using deep fakes of our presenters to endorse these medicines. Here's one example.
Blood pressure exceeds 120/80, internal organs are affected, and a stroke occurs. A famous doctor has developed a drug that prevents high blood pressure.
You can learn to spot these fake videos. Here's how. The first sign. Notice how the lips of the anchor do not exactly match the words being spoken. Also, pay attention to the Joy News logo.
Expel him. But there are people who have done worse. Nothing has happened to them. People who have done far worse have been endorsed by the party to contest as MPs and even to contest as, flag bearers. So the party is not being sincere.
Well, I think you are not wrong in coming to that conclusion about selective responses to misconduct and selective responses to some of these attacks. Yes, some may have been sanctioned, but others too may have just been allowed to go scot-free. And if you do that, then the fear and the threat for implosion or disunity, or the threat of making things difficult for them to come together after the election becomes so real. And so I can understand why some are paranoid and why some are afraid that if you don't take care, you may not be able to bring the party together, given the kinds of things that they themselves have said about themselves and against themselves. And then the kind of fodder that would be thrown to also into the body politic when the real national election is going to be conducted. Samson, I see this contest coming on 31st as a contest between science, whether methodologically flawless or sacrosanct, and prophecy, whether false or exact. A contest between science and prophecy. Why do I say so? Yes.
Which one is the science?
Well, let me develop the point. I said I see the contest, what is going on as a contest between science and then prophecy. I've followed Musa Dankwa. I followed his polls in the lead up to the 2024 elections.
He was the only one proving right.
He was described as a Lotto forecaster, and there were a lot of derogatory terminologies and descriptions that were tagged or labeled, on him, but he was proven right, and he's been consistent following that. But I've also seen some very calm, quiet, revered prophets who ideally would not speak. But this time they have been forceful in articulating that they have also seen something, God has revealed something to them. I'm sure we are all men of faith here.
And it's only NPP people that they get a vision for. Most of the time, the prophecies are on NPP contest.
Well, so he's also come out forcefully, and then so I kept asking myself that, well, this man doesn't really speak. But for him to openly come out like this, then we are in for a showdown in that contest between science, where Musa Dankwa now tells us that he's polled committed voters.
But Professor Akufo-Addo has told us that these prophecies, good riddance, because they take the Musa Dankwa's reports. That's what he says. They take them and then they go and see this professor and say, this is how it is going. So go and say it. And they go say it.
I am unable.
That's what they say.
I heard that.
That's what they say.
I heard that.
Had denied that.
I heard that, but I'm unable to fully believe in what Kabu said. I heard that they themselves manufacture the results and then will go and give it to the prophets and say that they should be prophesying about.
You're a Christian who shares scripture all the time on your timeline. Do you believe in these things that, an election, people are going to vote, we must depend on prophecy?
Well, I've not said so. I think that when it comes to governance and nation building and how we want to govern ourselves, it's a choice that people make. And so I believe that if Musa Dankwa has polled committed voters, he's spoken to neighbors, people whose utterances and attitude can influence delegates, and then he's been able to predict that somebody is going to win. To the extent that he has that track record, I am inclined to go with what the track record that he's given. But there is also another angle of prophecy that is saying that everybody will be surprised. And so I am curious, and then we look forward to seeing the outcome of the election. But I want to say that in the lead up to the previous elections, and even in the lead up to this particular elections, I know Hassan and Paul would agree that some of the party's top executives have not been able to remain as independent arbiters, and they have either openly or surreptitiously shown a certain preference for one candidate or the other in a manner that tend to undermine the level people perceive that then the level playing field that is expected for the elections to be held is a bit compromised. And this is what happened. And it is one of the factors that push people like Alan Shermanton, away from the last elections. And we keep saying that the one who will win anyway. So independent arbiters must remain independent so that when the elections are over, they can intervene to bring all on board. But if clearly or surreptitiously you show that you have a preference for candidate A, and so candidate A wins and candidate B loses, it becomes difficult for you to play that role in trying to reconcile all together. And I'm saying that it happened in the last election. It was one of the factors that pushed Alan away. We warned them and they said, no, it's never going to happen. And we are hoping that it is 1 week. In politics, 1 day is even enough.
But in the bigger picture, in the bigger picture, please hold on.
Actually not factual.
Please, he's not mentioning you. In the bigger picture, there are people who are saying, these guys are just wasting their time, that 2028, it won't happen.
Well, we can discuss the electoral fortunes in 2028, but now I want to limit myself to what is happening. I mean, I have a lot of things to say.
I'm going to follow that up with the suggestion that they would have needed a younger candidate. So they go join the ceremony in 2028, and then that person would have been better marketed. So people are pointing at Brian.
Well, it's up to them. It's a decision that they themselves will have to make. But if you look at the outcome of what I refer to as scientific polls, it is pointing towards a certain direction. And if that is what the delegates want, if that is what the party want, so be it. My worry is how they are able to close their ranks after the elections, given the insults that they've held at themselves and given the conduct of some of the party executives that clearly alienate them from the other contenders. It's going to be difficult. But like I said, in politics, 1 day is even enough to be able to make amends.
That's right.
And so as we go into next week, I want to see an executive of the party that plays a certain neutral role. They will vote anyway, but don't be seen to be supporting A or B. Otherwise, you don't
think sincerely that we can give the executive credit because for a very long time, you don't see or hear any of them do anything to suggest that they support any of the candidates. Can't we give them that credit? Please hold on. Yes, Prof. My question is to Prof.
No, so
I should.
No, Prof.
Yes, and the intervention is that, see, in the 2010 primaries for the 2012 elections, regional executives, constituency executives across the country came out and did press conferences and declared for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. When we were going for the 2016 elections, even national executives, constituency, regional, they invited Nana Akufo-Addo to come down from the UK when he had gone after the declaration of the Supreme Court judgment. Yeah. He went up, they forced him down, and then they declared for him. And afterwards, he won the election. Look, in this election, it is not like that. No, in this election, it's not like that. There's only one regional chairman who has been following the candidate around. Only one regional chairman has been calling one candidate around.
It is good to know. It is good to know.
It's a very level playing field.
It is good to know. I mean, it is good to know, and it's good for the party then. Yes. It is good to know that you are telling us that what happened, if you like, in the lead up to 2024 elections is not what is going to happen, or it's not what is happening at the moment. Right. But the point is that, you see, they have not purged themselves of the open support that they gave to one of the candidates in the previous election. They've not done that. And so for me,
what should they do to purge themselves of that?
What they have to do is to find a way to openly show people that, look, in this particular elections, through even their own utterances, okay, in these particular elections, we are not supporting.
At the signing of the peace pact, the party itself said this is the situation they are in now, and actually credited the executives for not doing this time round.
Well, it will be good for the party if they really mean this. If this has not been preceded by some things that are done openly and behind the scenes to show support for one candidate or the other. But they've gone on to sign a peace pact, which we all know, though may not be binding. It's an appeal to the conscience of all of them that all of them cannot win. One person will win. And so if one wins, it is important that the person who wins is magnanimous in celebrating, and those who may lose may also have to be appealed to.
It may not be binding, but it does look like if you breach it, you have signed your death warrant from the party in any future prospects.
Well, I don't
for that
know,
kind of leadership.
I don't know how realistic that is, because they themselves agree that this is not binding, and I'm told that even before the signage, one of the aspirants almost refused to sign. And you ask yourself, I mean, why was he?
We've got some explanation. Not that it's a refusal, but it was an explanation that was sought. And anybody who wants to sign a document is entitled to seek an explanation.
Well, so
those accusing the person that the candidates had already seen the document long ahead does not mean that at the last minute they want to verify again. There's anything wrong with that?
Okay. So all in all, what I want to say is that, you see, whether the party would survive or become moribund, in my view, is dependent to a large extent on how they are able to close their ranks and how they are able to successfully prosecute this agenda before them.
Thank you very much. And this is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. We'll take a quick break. When we return, Dr. Kwabena Bonfe and Inus Afuseni will take their turn to wrap up on this subject of the MPP's primaries for Saturday for us, and then we'll move on to other issues that we have to discuss. I'll also share your comments that you have been sharing with us. And seeing that Bonfe has been reading scripture and preaching to us, we may also find out from him if he wants us to look to the prophets, some of them clearly charlatanic. I don't know, because to me, I'm a Bible-believing Christian, but if two teams are going to play a football match, you say one of them will win and one wins, I won't credit it to you. There are 5 candidates going to standing an election. One of them will win. If you tell me one will win and that person wins, I won't credit it to you. I'll credit it to the fact that it's a process that has gone through. We'll be right back.
Still, Misaka, and Namu was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swabrabo.
Misaka pensions, Carol.
Misaka order Sika.
Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri Agyeman-Rawlings, the aboye nyina ye sika ho ban. Se MTN ana momo jumayeni befrewa or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Na numpo orimbitsaw one time password ana se upin code enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omomo.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome to Rehoboth Haven's Agyeman-Rawlings, making home ownership simple and achievable for Ghanaians at home and abroad, starting from just 675,000 Ghana cedis. Situated within the serene hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, Rehoboth Havens offers breathtaking views of the Pediasi-Ebri Mountains. Here, we provide a peaceful environment meticulously designed for modern living. This is more than just a house, it's a lifestyle. Rehoboth Havens is a secure gated community featuring beautifully landscaped surroundings, a dedicated recreational center, unmatched comfort, safety, and peace of mind. For many Ghanaians living abroad, owning a property back home can feel like a distant dream. At Rehoboth Havens, we believe everyone deserves a place to call their own, a space for family, a lasting legacy, and a smart investment for the future. We offer spacious 2, 3, and 4-bedroom homes, moving ready and designed for modern living. Don't wait. Secure your future today. Call us on 0553 751 933 or 0206 823 524 or 0244 764 499. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
Hi there. My name is Nuruddin Adams, a proud product of this noble institution. Heritage Christian University is not just a learning place, but a community that transforms lives and empowers its students to become compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. My journey here has truly been life-changing, and I invite you to come experience the same. Whether your passion is into business, nursing, midwifery, psychology, communication studies, multimedia technology, information technology, or theology and ministry, Heritage has tailored these programs for both the undergraduate and graduate studies to suit your goal. If you're ever ready to take your education to the next level, then pick up an application form and join us today. At Heritage, you are never alone, as members of the community will stand and work with you every step of the way. Welcome to Heritage Christian University.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water. No wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
First Sky Group, a wholly owned Ghanaian company made up of First Sky Construction, First Sky Bitumen Processing, First Sky Commodities, Volta Serene Hotel, Western Serene Atlantic Hotel, Serene Insurance, First Sky Energies, and Federal Rural Bank warmly invite you to its 23rd Thanksgiving service on the theme Proclaiming the Mighty Deeds of the Lord, Psalm 71:15-16. The Thanksgiving service in two parts will be hosted by the founder and executive chairman, Mr. Eric Sedi Kutoche. The first part begins on Friday, January 23rd, 2026, and all night from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Trinity Temple Assemblies of God Church, TTAG, Community 10, Tema. Ministering in Word, Reverend Max Sessi, Assistant General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Sierra Leone, Reverend Aaron Funtz, Senior Pastor, Wind and Fire Sanctuary, Assemblies of God, Temale, Ghana, Reverend Sujit Alex, Thames North Area Leader, Assemblies of God, UK. The second part follows on Sunday, January 25th, 2026. Thanksgiving service at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Dominic Yo, Global Chairman, World Assemblies of God, and General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Singapore. Chairman for the occasion, Apostle General Samkwanchi Ankara, General Overseer, Royal House Chapel International. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Also in attendance will be His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, General Overseer, Action Chapel International, Reverend Stephen Yensum Wingam, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, and Vice Chairman, Africa Assemblies of God, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manson, Immediate Past General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwabena Asamoah Jedu, the Presiding Bishop, the Methodist Church, Ghana, Most Reverend Dr. Paul Wafo, Past Presiding Bishop, Methodist Church, Ghana, Apostle Professor Kojo Opoku Onyina, Past Chairman, Church of Pentecost, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, an international evangelist, Reverend Dr. Silvanus Amegashiti Alom, Group Corporate Chaplain, First Sky Group, and other senior clergy. Ministering in music will be Minister Kofi Owusu-Pepra. For more details, please call 020-854-3441 or 0248-940-021.
If the sickness is strong, undisputed champion, never lost a battle. He always
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And you've just heard our guests who have shared their views, on the NPP's presidential primaries that will happen in 7 days' time. The show is brought to you by Bank of Africa, strongest group and closest partner, MTN. Everywhere you go, HSU University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa, Robert and Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial star 165# on MTN to join My Way. Today's Syntax stance is strong, it's tough. Activa International, our clients are Pashing International Facilities Management Association. They are proud to be associated with Newsfile. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian, and Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Thank you. My guests, Paula Dumorchiri, host of Good Evening Ghana and news reporter, who make no qualms about, his political philosophy to the NPP. Kwabena Bonfe. Dr. Bonfe is lecturer UPSA and CEO of Senset. Professor Ransford Jampo is Professor of Political Science and is CEO of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Hassan Tampuli is MP Gushong and Deputy Ranking Member, Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament. And Inus Afuseni is former MP Tamale Central and former Minister of two different portfolios. And then let's now get to the two of them who are left to share their views with us on the NPP primaries. Yes. Kabila.
Samson, in having this conversation, I look at it from the lens on our national body politic, beginning with voter psychology. Over time, I want to say that a bit of engagement, practice, and reading of the political history of our country and across the globe, money is the oil that fuels the political campaign machine. There should be no qualms about that. There seem to have emerged a certain voter thinking that electing or voting for people into office is for them to better themselves. Mm-hmm. And so before I enable you or position you to better yourself, you need to better me, or you need to give me something in exchange for that. And this perverted view of elections, political party engagement, political party existence, including the notion, erroneous, that political parties exist solely to win power and govern. That's a lie. Political parties exist for various reasons, including shaping the thinking of the people, engaging in civic activities, and possibly even building communities. So money is an issue. The question is, how are we as a people passing a verdict on its usage and how it is applied that fits into the overall object of citizenship as outlined in Article 41 of the 1992 Constitution? Those are the fundamental issues that we should be raising. And what is happening in the MPP today, there is nothing new about it. If you take a cursory and careful look of the 1992 Fourth Republican dispensation, particularly with the parties that have sponsored presidents, the NDC and the MPP, this is nothing new. The height of claims of money. And Agyeman-Rawlings told me in private, and I heard her publicly say it before her death, that her hands were arm twisted. In Sunyane, Fonka Games, you recall? So there's nothing new about it. But the important thing is this: rationalizing and justifying by citing instances is the bane of our progress as a people. We need to accept that there is something fundamentally wrong with the way we've been doing politics in this country, in terms of how we join political parties, how people emerge into political party leadership positions, and how they serve in their offices. And then we transform that or translate that into government when the party-sponsored candidates either form majority in parliament or become the president. And something here is a point I want to make about the perversion in our politics. We don't have party-formed governments in Ghana.
Say that again.
We don't have party-formed governments.
Explain that.
What I mean is that today, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the President of the Republic of Ghana, elected on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress. The government of the day is not the National Democratic Congress government, but the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And this is a big issue because even the theorists have been lukewarm about this, because there's an arrangement of what happens in Parliament where the president, by the 1992 Constitution, is mandated to form or take majority of his cabinet ministers from Parliament. So by that, the hybrid nature of our 1992 constitution, we make it look as if the prime ministerial system, where today you have got the Labour Party led by Kaisma form government. It is a Labour Party government. It is not Kaisma government. They are different. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I'm saying that if we want to have parties form government, we should do that. And I'm making this point because almost all the presidents we have had under this Fourth Republic, their major problems in governance have always stemmed from within their political parties that sponsored them. Always, without exception. We need to be guided by how we govern ourselves according to the rules and regulations by which the parties have filed and established that they will be governed by. 2, I want to make this point that the parties that exist don't cease to exist so long as they operate. So the issue about start from the base, there's always a base. There's no time that the party's base ceases to exist. They may have even 6 months to expiration of their term of office. But until their term expires, they are the people mandated by the constitution of the party to elect. So again, I'm reinforcing the fact that it is not so much an issue of bottom up or top down that matters, but how well you do it. Because we are talking about the new patriotic party, I want to rely on a quotation that His Excellency, former President John Akufo-Addo, my father, shared with me that he took from B.J. Darocha, I think the first chairman of the new patriotic party. He said he told him that you and I belong to the same party does not make us friends. And we don't necessarily need to be friends. But, or however, we are bound and bonded by the ethos and the principles that knit the party together. And from the Hobbesian theory of Leviathan, we've all submitted and surrendered to this overall and higher ideals. And if we are going to submit and surrender truly, faithfully to the principles that hold us together, then yes, we may be divided or express ourselves in diverse manner. All our diverse conversations should be moving into one direction, which is how we relate to one another, how we relate to the opposition, to our parties or ideas, how we contribute to government, even when we are outside government, and how we help the communities within which we operate. These are the things that should be guiding us. And if we are united by them, it will only mean that we are sharing perspectives and we will be dialectical. And I'm sure that if we govern and we run ourselves together and understand that leadership is not necessarily a position of rank, but a relationship between those who lead and those who follow. And without one, the other is non-existent. If we operate within these principles, at the end of the day, it will help all of us. And the last point I want to make on this, to make it simple and tell you that I will define
what... When you spoke about Hoshen and stuff, you turned to Professor Jampo, not me. So the two of you understand what you're talking about.
Polls are good to the extent that they serve as guides. But I maintain that there is no better poll than the vote outcome. So for scientific purposes and for scientific research, you cannot dismiss polls. They are good, but you can only glean from them. And let me make this point.
But we know polls that are paid for.
Yes, it's possible. They are
paid for by those who want
I'm coming.
The polls
because polling itself is engendered, it's agenda-driven. Okay, every poll, either you want to, your agenda is that you want to know the thinking of a people, or your agenda is that you want to sway voters in a certain direction, or
that's the kind of poll
you want
I'm
to
talking
redirect,
about.
whatever it is.
You pay the pollster to do it to say that you are looking good.
So no poll is innocent of agenda driving. The important thing is how scientific it is and how thorough and rigorous it can be.
All right.
And here is where we need to understand that there's always a dark side of data and the dark side of research. And what I tell you today, based on what you are asking me, may be different from what I will tell Professor Jampo. Asking me the same question. because I know the two of you, and perhaps I know what you are looking for, and I'll provide you that. And then when my senior Yunus Afuseni comes to ask me, I'll tell him yet a third slant or a third answer.
The dark side of data.
So we need to be mindful of that.
Right.
Bottom line, unity is what everybody must prioritize, not only within the MPP, but the overall.
Does it look like this will elude them? Unity will elude them.
What I want to conclude on is that what would become of the MPP after January 31, today's week, depends on how the members of that party conduct themselves between today and that Saturday itself, and after.
All right.
The ball is in their court.
Right. Sorry. We need to go and come to the. We have two big issues.
The bit where he said that political parties, a lie that political parties are formed only to contest win election. I want to clarify.
They do other things.
Yes, they do other things. What I wanted to say, I think
he said that.
I said something that came out like then I'm arguing that they are only there to win elections.
It is not in response.
It's not in response. The single most distinguishing feature between an interest group, a pressure group, and a political party is that political parties seek to win power. Interest or pressure groups, they just.
Thank you.
That's what I want.
What will be your concluding comments on this? Because you had the opportunity to make what sounded like your substantive submission
the concluding
on the Congress.
I really enjoyed the initial diagnostic analysis of Paul Adumachiri when he sought to import into the discussions the change in demographics of
potential change.
The change. I mean, you demonstrated it.
We have to wait to see whether it has.
No. I'm not as as a result of the outcome of the elections, but you have demonstrated that there has been some demographic shift
massively
from the composition of electorates since we went democratic to now, and how will that influence the outcome of the elections? I thought that was quite interesting, right? And that was what I was seeking to, because if you look at the demo, if really that plays out, that should not be playing out in favor of Kennedy Japan. He appears to be one of the oldest amongst the contestants, but the youngest appears to be Brian Champo. Now so if
but it doesn't mean young people will vote for young person.
Do you buy that kind of projection that the party MPP is better off because 2028 is not available to them, so to speak. Therefore, get a younger candidate, you market, and then in 2028 the person would have been sold, and that person should be Brian Champo.
Well, I don't buy that. I don't buy things like...
You buy the possibility that the MPP will win power in 2028.
No, they can't. They won't.
Really?
They were struggling to put their party together.
It takes one small, big scandal.
You have not had your primaries yet.
No. They are not even coming close.
I'd like to deal with this.
They're not coming close. I mean, you see, you must look at how parties have performed in this country. If you win an election by 1,700 votes,
1,700,
1.7 million votes. Before won by Akufo-Addo won by 1 million votes.
That's right.
No, 900 and
almost 1 million.
Almost 1 million votes.
We're approximating.
In 2020, he lost 500 votes.
No.
Out of the 1 million.
500,000, yes.
He lost about 400,000.
No, please. He lost half of the votes. So let's.
And did he actually lose?
Now, so it was clear to everybody that by 2024, the MPP will lose.
Yeah, but 2024 was.
What I'm saying, please. You need to look at the data.
2 million people did not vote.
When they wrote the stolen verdict and didn't contest the election, go and read the stolen verdict. MPP knew that by 2000 they will be winning the elections.
Oh well.
Yes, because of the I mean, and if you win elections,
so long as Kwame Penin was not elected, if Penin was elected in 96, he would have won.
He would have won the election.
If Penin was elected in 96, he would have won.
There was a huge possibility.
he would not have won.
Maybe you were not in this country.
That's conjecture.
He would have won.
You conjecture. I was in this country.
Yeah, you don't remember Kwame Penin's euphoria, the movement, catching all
euphoria. You just told me about how you gathered people in Legon and to
but that's
euphoria.
So national mood was for Kwame Penin.
No, national mood within the
would have won the election.
Within the MPP was no, it was within the MPP.
It was even global.
It is within the MPP.
You are heckling.
Oh,
allow him.
Sorry.
The second thing is that you must have known that when you win an election by 169, MPs represented in Parliament, then in the next election, you are struggling for a majority. It means that you are coming down. You should have known that. All the signs were very clear. And I'm saying that if you win an election by 189 representatives in Parliament, you're not going to lose those MPs at that, catastrophic, with that catastrophic performance of the MPP. You're not going to do that.
Oh, see?
So, yes, I'm telling you. So I don't think that MPP will come in 2028. And even history doesn't support them.
MPP sponsored, I would prefer MPP sponsored candidate.
Which history are you talking about?
The changing demographics.
Which electoral history? Electoral history in Ghana doesn't support even the claim.
I will deal with the history.
The electoral history doesn't support. The electoral cycles that we have
since 1988. Since 1988.
No, so you can daydream.
Candidate has won an election.
You can daydream.
Was the last
what I'm saying is
won an election as a change candidate of a ruling party.
So what are you saying?
You can daydream.
I'm saying that it's open.
And with this tremendous performance,
how?
Go ahead that way.
You don't have an incumbent.
Unless you feel that. See, what we are saying is that when you lose an election by such margins, and Professor Jampo, he's a political science professor. He said, look, you need to be interested in what caused you the defeat of said proportion.
We've done that.
Many people have said that within the MPP. Go try to understand what caused the election.
What is there to understand? What is there to understand?
We've done that.
There was DDEP. What else do you want to understand? For the first time, pensioners' money was taken away from them.
And the country was even declared bankrupt.
Exactly.
So that was what caused the election.
Yeah, that was obvious.
And we don't see, and the actors who led us there are those who are struggling to lead.
The actors failed.
The actor who failed us in 2016, who lost by the 1 million votes, is back in power now.
They say that the actors faced historic situations, that no leader has been confronted with before.
COVID. Stay focused. Don't mind them.
No, don't mind them. You see, and that is why leading members of the party are saying that. And Jane Mesa told you clearly that you don't send rotten plantain to the market and expect it to be bought.
But it was bought.
The rotten plantain was bought.
That became referred to the late J.H. Mensah.
No.
Said.
What did he say?
He said, and that it was.
What did he say?
I'm saying. He said, if you took cassava to the market and it was not bought, you don't take the same cassava to the market the following day. It was not rotten cassava.
No, assuming it was even rotten. The rotten cassava was eventually bought.
And the significance of it is that this was in Sunyani.
Unfair.
He has 5 more minutes.
Let me conclude.
No, he doesn't.
He has 1 minute.
Let me conclude by saying that I'm guided really by what Don Ivan Satamil said. In this particular case, we should have been talking about the Wifi. But you see, we have invested our time, energy, and resources into building a multi-party democracy. Our democracy will be better for it if political parties are strong. So when we speak about the MPP, we're talking about our democracy. We are seeking to deepen multi-partyism in this country. And so we do that in good faith, that when a party is strong, it puts pressure on the governing party to perform because they know that a party will waiting in the wings. But MPP is not demonstrating to us that they have learnt from their mistakes or they are taking steps to correct their mistakes. And that's why we are worried. We are worried that they are perpetuating. Repeating mistakes has never been considered as experience. And that's what they are doing. They are repeating their mistakes.
But if we want to build, we don't want Ghana as a one-party state.
Yes.
Then we should all be worried if we are inching towards that because a multi-party democracy.
That's it, yes.
And so you should be concerned about what happens
in the other party.
So that it doesn't
yes, you should be concerned.
Become so weakened.
All right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
But the point is, why?
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Hold up, that's one.
Thank you very much.
What is going on?
Thank you very much. Just reading about 2-3 messages, and then we'll go to this issue. Nana Ekuamwa Boateng Blekuma Central says that, as we know, next week MPP delegates will be electing one among the 5 to lead MPP. It is my prayer that the delegates consider Bawumia as a credible and competent candidate to lead them into victory come 2028. It is possible. So these are MPP guys. Another one, Master Planner Junior, policy analyst Kintampo, says that we have less than 166 hours to go. As a delegate, I have made up my mind already. I'll vote for Dr. Bawumia, number 3 on the ballot paper. He is the most prepared, most experienced, and most formidable candidate to win power for NPP come 2028. Inshallah, it is still possible with DMB. Samuel Bryan says that even in America, where scientific polls are around 95% accurate, almost every pollster got it wrong during the President Donald Trump's second term. 7 days in politics can change a great deal. I'll urge our big men to deploy their best minds to advance their cause. Negative propaganda, scheming, arranged prophecies and fake polls will not help our efforts to put the best foot forward. Samuel Bryan Boabeng would usually, sign off as sending the message from Awoshi. Is that it? Okay. Then this very last one says that, the last one I want to read, says that all the rush to get a presidential candidate by the MPP for the 2028 general election will yield no dividends if the party refuses to advise Ken Ofori-Atta to come down and face the law. Aside that, the good work of John Mahama has really made matters worse for their coming back to power. To redeem their image a little bit, they should advise Ken Ofori-Atta to avail himself of the laws of Ghana. And then finally, the trademark of falsehood in their DNA going forward, they must remove it from their way of life. Papa Bisu, Spintex, Accra. And as Papa Bisu says, who else but Hobson Adoe, known to be with the NPP, but now has gone to Afranfranto. We are not too sure if he's still there or not. He's the one. Is he in the NDC? Is that a question? Okay, I don't know about that. He's the one who led or joined a group of people in the Arise Ghana to organize a demonstration for Ken Ofori-Atta to come down. Let's hear some of the things they had to say.
Okay. That Ken Ofori-Atta was health challenge. The OSP can't be. He has went against all legal, and he is recuperating, something that is known to each and every other Ghanaian in this republic. It is no news. So Ken Ofori-Atta is well. The OSP went against all legally permissible means to have him interrogated or interviewed. And he was insisting that he wanted an in-person interview with Ken Ofori-Atta, and that he will use all the legal force of the state to have him extradited to Ghana. And that is what we have all been waiting for.
What he's
his lawyers are trying to do is basically to get him out of detention. He's detained. I'm sure he's very uncomfortable in his current situation, and they just want to get him out. They want him to be able to, return home for the rest of this process instead of essentially being, in detention.
Justice Department is working on the extradition request. Now, you have to understand that what is happening now is in relation to immigration immigration law violations. All right, that is separate and distinct from the extradition request. And so if it was put in before the the immigration judge that there's an extradition request, he wants a formal, filing before him. So the Justice Department would have to do that before a decision is taken.
One person that you've been looking for over the period has to do with the former finance minister. Yesterday he was in U.S. court. I'm sure you monitored that. What's your own thought on that?
Well, the American authorities are handling the process and they are handling it in accordance with American law. So far, I don't find anything wrong with what has taken place. As you rightly pointed out, I monitored the hearing yesterday, and I have had reports from the United States regarding what has happened and what may happen. But these are confidential discussions, and I'm not supposed to talk to the media about what they have briefed me on.
But yesterday, the trial judge said something. He said there's no proof of any extradition request and that it should be filed by the federal government before February 19. What is your own thoughts on that?
No, the Justice Department is working on the extradition request. Now, you have to understand that what is happening now is in relation to immigration immigration law violations. All right, that is separate and distinct from the extradition request. And so, if it was put in before the the immigration judge that there's an extradition request, he wants a formal, filing before him. So the Justice Department would have to do that before a decision is taken.
When will that happen based on your contact?
No, I don't control what happens with the Justice Department in the U.S. So,
but are you hopeful that this will go through for Ken to come back to Ghana?
I am very hopeful, extremely hopeful. Thank you.
Right, so the very first voice you heard was that of Frank Davis, who has been speaking for Ken Ofori-Atta as one of his lawyers in the country. And at that time, he was talking about the fact that, Ofori-Atta wanted to return. He was just going to treat himself. He'll be back. In fact, we heard his wife make a promise to Evans Mensah that he will get well and he'll be back. Let's just listen to this.
Talked about his work. This is not a Ken who runs away from accountability. Nico! I ask the public to remember when they've heard him speak, he has not shied away from facing up to issues. It's amazing that we've had to deal with cancer in the last year. This is the process by which we have hopefully ensured that it doesn't spread.
Right, so there were a series of interviews where promises were made that Ken Ofori-Atta was just going to take care of himself. He wasn't well, and that once he recuperated, he was returning to Ghana, and that he was not running away. But what we got to know, as far as the OSP's processes are concerned, suggests that when the OSP gave the impression that Ken Ofori-Atta was not sincere about what he was going to do and that he had intention to return, that he had no intention to return was the situation. Because the information they supply and the manner in which they project the things to us suggested that by the time the OSP began its chase of Ken Ofori-Atta, he had already started to change his status in America. By the time the OSP, put him on the wanted list on Interpol Red Notice. And Interpol Red Notice, he had already put in a request to be in America for good and not to return to Ghana. So those who suggest that the OSP was rushing were wrong. Let's begin with Professor Jampo. I began with an introduction, and it is true. When we sat in this studio, when a good number of you were here, I asked a number of you a question, whether you believed that Ken Ofori-Atta would have been in detention for 1 day in Ghana if he submitted himself to law enforcement. And nobody believed that he would have spent even 2 hours or an hour in detention. This is where he is now. He's getting to 2 weeks, and he's likely, or he's potentially looking to up to April, where he's going to be in detention.
I'm saddened by that. I think 2 weeks ago I was here, we made the same point. We are, regardless of our differences in Ghana, okay, one thing that has kept us together is that behind the scenes, we have some complex relationships, with ourselves. Everybody knows somebody. And it was BJ Darocha who told me that sometimes your best friend is in the other political party. The worst enemy is in your own political party. Okay, so in my view, given how we have conducted ourselves and how we have held ourselves as a people, regardless of the arguments that are being made that he should be brought to book, and all that, regardless of the expectations of the people, I do not think that he would be subjected to the kind of treatment that at the moment he's being subjected through. Untumi was invited. How many days did he spend? Okay, so my view is that given what he has done for Ghana, I don't think that the law enforcement authorities would have been inhuman towards him. He has a right. You may face your charges. You would have the right to respond. And then if you are given a bail, recently there is a certain elite consensus among all of us that bail conditions cannot be arbitrary. If you give it and it is too much, we can all jump in to say that it be reduced, it be varied, and all that. But I think what is happening or what has caused the problem is some form of sycophantic public support for what is wrong, and in my view, a certain also incompetence in legal advice that have coalesced to push the man to where he is.
The bail thing we are talking about here, it is bail he is seeking, and he didn't get it after over a week in detention, and now he's back.
Yes,
it is bail he's seeking. That's all.
It is so worrying. Yeah. And so my view is that now who caused him? Who has caused all these things? So we will plead. Now I am hearing some of the lawyers saying that the man would come. Maybe now they are thinking about the right approach or what. You see, and let me say this. Those who are seeking to be given high offices of political power, those who are seeking to be given the fiduciary trust of the people, they should take note of this. You don't look good in the eyes of discerning people if you support a certain conduct that accept the belief or the practice that anybody who is given the mandate to govern or anybody who is appointed a minister can do anything and decide to stay away. If he chooses not to come, so be it. We shouldn't talk about it. I hear a lot of people saying, but if he's not coming, leave him. You can try him there. It is not good in terms of the optics. I'm a student of political accountability, and there are so many mechanisms for demanding accountability and for ensuring accountability. Asking him to come and face the law is one. And so if I see those people who are seeking to be elected to power, those people who are seeking to be given the public fiduciary trust, arguing or insinuating that if he's not coming, leave him, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make you look good. And it is a slap in the face of our quest to project accountability as one cardinal principle of democratic rule.
Do you feel bad that your finance minister, former finance minister, is being held in a detention in the US? And now by 19 February, when they are going to hear again, we are not even too sure if he will get the bail.
I felt so sad, I was almost teary. When I saw him walk to his chair, took off his cardigan, I think he couldn't even hang it well. He just put it, and then he sat down quietly listening to what was going on. And later, when I think you guys were running a program commentary on it, and when there was a question as to whether he's going to be left out of the hook, at least to go in to his own residence, so that processes will go on. And we're told that no, he's going to remain in detention for up to April. And like you rightly said, in Ghana here, who will do that to you? Regardless of the expectation, let me tell you, people are having higher expectations. One of the reasons why President Mahama had this kind of votes in the election was the belief that the system has been so corrupted and the system is so rotten, and that there is the need for the country to be reset. Okay, and one area for the reset was to deal with those who have misconducted themselves, those who have looted our monies, and that's how we had oral and all that. And so the expectations are high that something must be done. Otherwise, the future of the Fourth Republican democratic practice cannot be guaranteed. If we don't do something for all to see, we cannot guarantee. Why was it that at one point in time, we were threatened with military coups? Everybody was sitting on a tent tower. The way things were going, people felt that the soldiers could intervene. Now there is calm, but people are watching, and they are expecting that something would happen, and with the view to bring in those who may have done some of these things in looting our resources or in taking decisions that may have imposed a certain hardship on the people, would face a certain process that would ensure that there is justice. But I'm saying regardless of the expectations that people have, I don't think that Ghanaians would support that we quote and unquote incarcerate our former finance minister behind bars for 3 months.
Now he's losing some sympathy that he had initially, where we're all saying, oh, a man who is unwell, why are you chasing him, and so on. Now people are doing demonstrations, and the lawyers in America are even telling us that the demonstrations can actually be counterproductive, because he could use the argument that this is a political persecution. That's why in the country people are demonstrating.
Well, if truly people close to him are telling us that he wants to come, and so if he wants to come, then I do not expect him to use that as an excuse that, look, I may face political persecution. He is well aware of that kind of culture in Ghana that keeps us together even when we disagree. Okay, that kind of culture we have in Ghana that says that regardless of our political differences, you have one house where a man is MPP, a woman is NDC, and we peacefully coexist. Okay, so I'm thinking that his interests will be better protected if he comes to his country.
So we're told that Sedina Tamaklo, the fugitive who has already been sentenced to 10 years and she's not available, we're told by the embassy in the US that her hearing for the extradition was supposed to be on 21st. And now they've been sort of blocked out. So there's no information, and so we have heard nothing. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel that, look, they should all come and face the law. If you run afoul of the law must take its course. Justice must be served. And I don't see why suddenly we are allowing other people. I mean, even in those countries, even when you haven't done anything wrong, look at the way they treat you. even when you have not done anything wrong. I had several opportunities when I was done with my PhD to teach in some of these countries. But I said I would not be in somebody's country where I'll be treated as a second-class citizen. I would come and serve my country. And so my point is that even when you have not done anything wrong, see how they treat you. So why will you want to be in somebody's country to be maltreated? And for me, it's an embarrassment to Ghana for our former finance minister to be subjected to that kind of inhuman treatment.
Hassan, again, the OSP started this process, and now, where are we now? We were all saying we don't believe in the OSP. When the OSP, they were saying that they don't trust him when he says that he was going to treat himself and will be back. When they said they don't trust him, now he's proved them right, and now there are calls on you to bring him back. Otherwise, your political fortunes are affected heavily.
But you see, Samson, this matter, sometime in June last year, that's when Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta went for his surgery at the Mayo Clinic. And the records were there. Any person could have verified the veracity or otherwise of that. After undergoing the surgery, I'm sure most of the time you'll find that people have some recuperating period and so on and so forth. Yeah, it may have gone past that period because it's been 6 months now, I believe. It may have gone past that period, but you see, they say that the first law of nature is what? Self-preservation. I am just conjecturing, all right, and allow me to do some conjecture. If I see the way and manner that people like Wuntumi and then Osei and all of that have been arrested, and then bail conditions, onerous bail conditions are put on them, and so on and so forth. And sometimes, I don't know whether the NSS chief executive has even been left to go. The one who had the 800 million bail.
They are all on bail now.
They are all on bail. No, he was granted the bail, but he couldn't even meet the bail conditions.
Yes, I think it got reduced. Twice or so.
200 million and all of that.
Twice or so.
Is he still not in custody?
I think now.
He's still in custody. He's still in custody.
Really?
Let's check. He couldn't meet the bail conditions.
Because he's not meeting bail conditions. It's not that he has been denied bail.
You understand? That's what I was talking about. The onerous bail conditions. You understand? So all of these things, they don't, go to motivate somebody like that to come. And I'm just speaking, from my perspective. But what is important is that there's too much politicization of, a simple criminal matter. Now, if you look at the case of Sedina Saga, when she absconded, Attorney General didn't make any fuss. There was no press conference. There was nothing. And until recently, I didn't even know that there was an extradition request that was put in by the Attorney General.
You are not following the news.
No, at the time, it even just became public.
No, it had been public. I had interviewed Alfred Tueyebua like twice.
So what I'm saying is that until now, many people did not know that there was even an extradition request. You see, what is important is that we can pursue this case even without the physical presence of, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. So sometimes you wonder what's going on. It's just sometimes much ado about nothing.
Really?
It's not easy to extradite people like that. You remember when...
Is it not easy for you to tell him to come?
Of course, if I have deep apprehension that you are going to trample on my rights, I have every right to decide whether, I can take this risk or not.
Those who have been arrested, their rights been trampled.
Oh, but Professor, you are distracting me. Okay. You're distracting me. There is this minister for petroleum in Nigeria who left office with President Goodluck Jonathan. Alison Desani Alison Madueke. Yes. She's been in the US and UK courts off and on, and there's been an extradition request since 2015. They have been able to go make searches, charge her for all manner of offenses, bribery, corruption, seize properties, and so on and so forth. But the extradition, to date, EFCC has not been able to get the extradition for her to be brought into the country. So you proceed with the trial.
How do you proceed with a trial? He's been charged.
Yes.
There is a summons.
Yes.
The summons will be served on him. If it is served on him and then he refuses to honor the summons, there will be an arrest warrant, a bench warrant on him.
Yes.
Then he'll be looked for and arrested. If he's not found, then you say the process can go on. But you can't say that the prosecutor starting the process should say, oh, he's unavailable, so let's go.
But see,
it's not done.
The reality is that he's unavailable.
No,
and there are remedies under the law.
He's available, refusing to make himself present.
Technically, he's not available. Because if he was available, he
was available to the U.S. government, but not available.
You don't necessarily have to have the person physically present. And there are remedies under the law for you to proceed.
You are worried
without necessarily, going through all these
questions have been asked. What kind of a republic do you want?
No,
that people can do anything they want and jump on the next flight and say whatever you want, do at my back.
And you have people like you saying that it doesn't. No, but people have issues with somebody who is yet to be tried. Hold, please. You have issues with somebody who is yet to be tried, but you don't have issues with somebody who was on trial and has actually been convicted. And she's run away out of the country.
Who don't have issues
You're not spending time on the.
Why are they not?
You're not spending time on the lady.
It's high profile.
You're not spending time on the.
No, exactly what do you mean? Because wait. Let's avoid that.
Not spending
let's
time?
Avoid that obfuscation and misleading of the public.
It looks like there's too much attention.
The Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana began an extradition process.
Yes.
Godfred Dame began an extradition process.
Yes.
For Sedina Tamaklo. What else has to be done?
No, I'm saying
what else has to be done?
So we have people demonstrating. We have the people demonstrating at the U.S. Embassy. That one is low-hanging fruit.
Okay.
Why are they not demonstrating about that one too? So all of these things, I'm building a point. You have turned what would have been pure criminal case into a political persecution.
Who has?
Hold. There are people, NDC apparatchiks, who are out there and people who are Ken, who are pro-NDC, who are out there demonstrating. You are building a certain point for the U.S. Embassy people or even the American government to believe that, look, this is not just any simple criminal case. It looks like there are political undercurrents. You understand? So if Ken now is building his case on the point that, look, all of this thing is about political persecution. Look, you make him build a very
strong case for himself. Is that something that is believable from what you said?
You make him build a very strong case for himself.
You, as a lawyer and former minister and in parliament, is that proposition something you believe?
No, it's a proposition that is available for anybody to believe.
No,
and
it's
he
you
can make
I'm asking.
That case.
It's you I'm asking.
No, I'm saying that, look, you are doing a case, and every part of the case is in the public domain. And then you are making it look like without Ken, look, all these oral cases, the 200 million or 20 billion or so amount that is supposed to be gotten cannot be got.
If he had made himself available, will there be all of this drama?
For instance, well, that is out there for the jury to decide. But for instance, what is the real case for Ken to answer?
You haven't seen the SML case?
That's the SML case.
That one we are told is even a tip of the iceberg.
And so why are the other cases? So currently, before the judge, the immigration judge, the Department of Homeland Security goes there to talk about the bill application. And now they themselves introduce an issue regarding the fact that Ken is being pursued under an extradition request before the judge. So the judge was hearing for the first time, so look, but I don't have any formal documents before me, all right? And they presented only BBC reports and then some newspaper, cuttings as proof. Now you have to come. So in this country, apart from that particular SML case, is there any other substantive case?
The Attorney General says yes.
But there's no case. Has any case been filed?
He's been under investigation.
So investigation is not, charge sheets. You need charge sheet. Charge sheet is the foundation of all of this.
How do you arrive at a charge sheet?
Something.
Investigations lead to a charge sheet.
So, and they haven't been able to finish the investigations, and you want the man in. Look, prove to Ghanaians. You are talking about, for instance, National Cathedral. National Cathedral, what is the wrongdoing? Forensic reports have been conducted, and even the Attorney General has made comments about that. Where is the wrongdoing? Where is the smoking gun? I'm speaking now, I'm even confused because I want to know exactly what case beyond the SML case that Ken is supposed to answer. And we are so fixated about him coming to Ghana, being extradited and so on and so forth. Look, you can proceed, you can tick all the boxes, and you can secure conviction without necessarily having the man, in this country.
That should become the norm.
And I think
that should become the norm.
That cannot be the norm, because in fact it is.
You hit a person on the road. You kill them. In fact, you kill them. The police person says, "Oh, I've taken his number. Go rest."
In fact,
we'll go to court. Is that how it should be done?
In fact, it is one of two exceptions since this Fourth Republic started. Yes, Sedina Tamaklo and it is Ken Ofori-Atta that we are seeing are being requested to come and account for their political, stewardship. And then we are having these challenges about extraditing them before we were able to do this case. But I'm saying that, look, we have politicized the case so much so that we have even fortified this case in the US. And I would not be surprised that this case, becomes a foolish case, especially regarding the extradition.
A foolish case.
You have made the case so political that even the US government will be thinking twice before they can.
Dr. Bonfe,
allow it.
What are you seeing? What has been your reading? And I haven't heard you comment about this, or I haven't followed you for a long time as far as this issue has been on the front burner.
It's tiring following theater in Ghana. We're becoming a nation of theater. First of all, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama did not make any significant difference in his votes between 2020 and 2024. For the records, he had an increase of about 60,000.
Oh, you're going back to the old.
No, I'm just making
discussion.
a point. I'm just making a point.
Okay.
It's important that we establish certain truths. President Mahama was not significantly gathering additional votes in 2024 from what he had in 2020. That record must be clear. Two. Yeah, exactly. And if, I beg you. I'm just making that point. Something, you see, you know better than I do that successful prosecution goes through a process. And parties succeed or fail in securing prosecution or verdicts based on their conduct in the rules of engagement in that process and fidelity to the law, to the extent that when they are dissatisfied with the outcome, they have rights of appeal to certain levels. Why are we sitting here talking that you have misappropriated public funds, come and account for it, and you are running away from it? And that means you are running from accountability. Is that the case?
Then what should the people think?
As I sit here, it's not about what the people should think, it's about what narrative we put out there. Especially those of us who are privileged and opportuned to speak on national matters, no matter what we feel. If I were Ken Ofori-Atta, and I'm happy I'm not him, I won't get myself into this. And if Ken Ofori-Atta was thinking the way I am thinking, this matter would not have reached where it has reached. What is annoying and disgusting, we sat in this country when a president-elect without constitutional authority set up a so-called ORA. And so fixated with accountability, we did not question it. What power did President-elect Mahama have to appoint ORA? Did he? Tell me, within the Constitution. None. But he did it. It's a campaign promise. Because they campaigned on that. That ORA has virtually been subsumed into some legality because the Attorney General says it's working.
ORA doesn't exist.
I'm saying
the
what they did.
The does not exist.
Hold on. Come on. That's a fluke. You are rather empowering my point. That today, that so-called ORA has died out.
Really?
But where is it? But you are saying it.
The
committee doesn't exist.
Committee.
Yes, but what about their report? It's been subsumed by the Attorney General to work with.
To investigate.
To what end? So what was the politics about it all about? Something. To get successful prosecution requires due diligence, patience, soberness, or sobriety. and careful tact, diligence. It's not the political noise.
Where is that missing?
It's missing it's missing in this.
How?
Now tell me, this hula baloo about Ken must come. If he doesn't come, as if we are disabled by law to get to justice, the overall questions of accountability. My understanding was that he's even represented by lawyers in this matter. And that with the question I'm asking is, have they responded to the charges that have been leveled against him? Those are the issues that should be of concern to us. And what are their responses? We are not concerned about those things.
There's no requirement in law, in criminal law, that when a charge sheet is put in the court,
yes,
a lawyer should file a response.
You can even decide that at the end of their prosecuting, you say that there's no case for you to answer. And the judge, you know that. So why? Why is it that we are making it as if that person is exercising his rights under our very constitution, as you have very much said, then it means he's running away from accountability.
The correction I was seeking to make is that if today the court called a number of people charged with a particular offense, a lawyer cannot walk to the courtroom and say, I represent Samson Adi.
Yes.
When Samson is not in the courtroom. When Samson is not in the courtroom.
When Samson has not appointed you to represent him.
No, in criminal law, the person appears.
Yes.
And then you, the lawyer, appear
to represent the person.
To say, my name is Samson, I'm representing Kwabena Bonfe. And Kwabena must be there.
Present.
Without that, it doesn't work.
Samson, I'm saying that, but our laws anticipated, or the framers of our constitution anticipated that there will be somebody who, facing criminal charges or trial, may abscond or run away and remedy that by possible trial in absentia. The law has also made provision for that. And I'm saying that overall, we want Ken to come. All these conversations, and I think my senior Tampuli was making that point, all these conversations are building up data that may be serving the interest of Ken Ofori-Atta, whom if I am interested, if we are all interested in he coming down to account for it, the noise should reduce. And let's focus on the substance, not the form. The substance is that we have uncovered, or Attorney General is making us believe, that the man in serving as finance minister erred or went against the laws of our land. So there's a case against him. Even if Ken appeared before the investigative body, he reserves the right not to cooperate. He can come and refuse to talk because he will not help you to build your case against him. We know all these things. And yet we are making it look like the success of the case or the trial against him depends on his presence here. I refuse to accept that theory. And I'm saying that accountability is not only about somebody's term coming to an end and we finding out ABCD. I have issues with even the OSP's office.
But do you know that? Do you know that this refrain?
Yes.
Sometimes I think, and even some lawyers who are politically aligned have miseducated the public. So when you go before an investigative body, the law says you're entitled not to speak.
Yes.
You can say you don't want to talk.
Yes.
But you are not entitled not to write where you are required to write that you don't want to speak.
Yes.
And that writing representation itself is essential to the criminal process. So the fact that you go there and you don't talk doesn't mean that you will not have to write. There's a caution statement. Yes. And the caution statement says, the caution statement actually tells you that you are entitled not to say anything.
Samson, I'm saying that the framers of our constitution anticipated all these possibilities being swerved by a canny offender of the law.
Yes, but there's a process.
I'm coming. I'm saying that.
You don't start a case with I try in absentia. You start a case with several processes, and then when they fail, then you may trigger that one.
Samson, under this country's jurisprudence and what constitutional and legal history, criminal trial that we have, the three boys who were suspected of murdering the High Court judges in 1982, how were they tried and convicted to death? Who are supposed to be brought to face justice, the death penalty, and yet they are at large all these years. How were they tried? Wasn't it in absentia? My point is that what we are saying, whether Ken comes or doesn't come, the overall object of what we are seeking to do is accountability for his office. That office he held in and on behalf of the president who appointed him, who had our mandate as a people, true or false. The president himself is not immune from prosecution or questioning under this constitution within 3 years of expiration of his term, true or false. So when we make it look as if without Ken Ofori-Atta's presence, we cannot get accountability for his office or his tenure, I reject that proposition. I may be wrong, but I'm saying that I reject that proposition. And I have spoken to well-seasoned and reasoned persons knowledgeable in the practice and the theories of the law who advise me that I have a point in that
I think the issue is that people have just been running ahead of themselves when they don't know the law. Or people who are politically minded, partisan, decide to put the law aside. If you read the Constitution, it's clean. You see, if you don't take the processes that you are required to take, and you even go and get a conviction against him, it can be set aside because you didn't follow the processes. So what is wrong that you are criticizing? That they are following the processes so that in the end, if they can't get him through those processes, then the trial can go on because they have fulfilled all other righteousness.
So Ken, Samson.
He's not Ken.
Here is my plea.
Ken is in America.
Here is my plea to you. I'm saying that bottom line, what should be tying us together is the fact that we want justice and we want accountability. The person from whom we want this is making it difficult for us to arrive at a fair conclusion based on our suspicion.
We must exhaust the process before.
I'm saying that you can exhaust that process, but exhausting that process will not lie with you and I discussing it here.
Yes, but your suggestion as has been made by others. It's as if truncate the process and begin a trial in absentia.
I use my words advisedly, and I've chosen my words. I have never suggested to you I want some process to be truncated. Have I?
No, but for as long as you and Hassan are saying that you don't need him to prosecute, and so you should go on, you can't go on.
Did I suggest that truncate a certain process of? I made I predicated or premise my argument on the fact that we all know that successful prosecution goes through a certain process, and that the conduct of the party seeking victory or success is dependent on how faithful they are to the requirements. Didn't I premise my argument with that?
You're right.
Good. So my point is simple. There is too much theater and politicking with things that require thorough law processes. And the earlier we got out of that, the better. Last point. It must be understood. And I think you made that point to Samson, that if Ken was in Ghana, he could not have been detained as he's been detained in America. That's not true. People have been detained in this country. And those are the things that have led to people marching out on the streets under different regimes. As we speak now, there are people who are held in custody. When judges have even said that tone down the bail conditions, we have toned it down. Executing it becomes a problem. We know these things.
From where I sit, Kabila, that's my viewpoint. From where I sit, if Ken Ofori-Atta submits himself to law enforcement in Ghana, I don't see him spending a day and night.
I don't believe so.
Those who agree with me, fine. Those who don't, fine.
So you can say you don't believe, but don't say it's not true. Sometimes you are categorical and emphatic about some of these.
Right.
You can say
it's less categorical than you.
Oh, please.
Let me conclude that, please. I'm not answering to you, Prof.
Right. I'm going to Paul now.
So my point is that at the end of the day, let's do the right things and all these hula balloos.
But the right things are what are being done. Yes, Paul.
A small point.
Please, Prof. Yes, go ahead.
Point. I just want to make a brief remark about Kwabena's insistence that the president needed a certain constitutional provision or mandate.
You don't need to. I've written
it. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't say the president. I didn't say the president. Please. If you want to refer to me, quote me when I said president-elect with no power.
The president-elect.
Okay. Yes. He has no power under our constitution.
See,
Thank you. So
what are you talking about?
We should move on.
Because
that issue has been responded to so many times, even before the oral committee was collapsed.
There's another one. I also want to make the point again, because I know my brother Paul will go on that tangent, but
how do you second guessing
he's my friend?
No, we're saying campaigning. We used to be the same party on campus, but now we have.
The dogmas of accountability, in my view, is not better served when there is a certain posturing that publicly is espoused to support the view that Ken's unwillingness to show up in Ghana, even in the face of lawful body demanding that he comes, even in the face of the generality of the citizenry saying that he should come. If you say that he shouldn't come, and if he doesn't come, it doesn't spoil anything. He can be trialed there.
Nobody said.
No, please.
Oh, but no, it's not. You said you were referring to me.
And be tried in his absence.
You can be tried in his absence.
You
refer to me.
Please.
All right.
The law has made sense.
I'm your teacher.
Thank you.
I am your teacher.
Before I became my teacher. I'm your teacher. Before I became my teacher. We had a relationship before you became my teacher.
Yes, let's hear Paul. Yeah.
I think that all of us, journalists, civil society actors, and practicing lawyers must look at this kind of Ofori-Atta matter from a perspective that takes away the fact that he is in my party or that he's not in my party. As Professor Jampo is saying, those in Ofori-Atta's party are saying something, those outside Ofori-Atta's party are saying something. Now, I'm sad because, and I always like to go back to history, in 1979, Guzi Augustus Tano was one of those young students who championed the revolution. He was one of those who called for the blood to flow at Teshi for military generals who are taking loans of $3,000, etc., etc. 20 years later, 2000, Joseph Anthony Addo, stalwart of the NDC, at the National Theatre, proclaimed that Augustus Guzi Tano had taken money from governments to do a cassava factory that he has blown and that he ought to have been in jail instead of leading a reform party 20 years down the line. So these things are very important. I sat in a trotro in 1993 on the day that Kwesi Boche had given a budget, 1993. And Kwesi Boche's budget had increased everything by 60% across board. I was staying in Labadi in those days, so we spoke a lot of Ga. When I sat in the trotro, the mate asked me in Ga, you are the educated people. If I get Kwesi Boche, I'll kill him. And I said, hey, you kill him? He said, yes. And I said, wow. And that was a sentiment in the trotro as we rode to a place in Labadi, very obscure, called Abo Mikojo Sadi. So I was listening. I just...
You've always been a rich child. You've always been rich.
So if you go there, I live there.
Where lies this trotro?
But you don't know. I lived in Kojo Sardin above me. Everybody who knows me knows that. Yes. So let's move on. Now, finance ministers have always taken this situation. Dr. Kwesi Boche was the most hated person in Ghana. In fact, after he left the NDC government, and Jerry Rawlings and the people somehow had to have Kwesi Boche exiting because of the image of a finance minister who was just delivering very difficult times to Ghanaians. When the MPP came to power in 2017, and maybe Hassan knows, there were many MPP people who wanted the blood of Setekwe because he was the bad one. And it was Ken Ofori-Atta who said that he has inherited Setekwe. Yes, the situation was bad, but he really doesn't see how what Setekwe has done that we're going to prosecute him. Many were those who were angry with Ofori-Atta, that he's gone there, he's following what Setekwe is doing, and they are doing business together. All of that was said. In 2017 and 2018.
Within your party?
Yes, within the party.
Within your party?
Yes, yes, within the MPP.
Because I know, as a matter of fact, that Setekwe appeared before Iyoko.
Yes, he appeared
several times.
Yes, but the prosecution.
No.
The prosecution.
It's a different thing. Talk like a lawyer. It's a different thing. Appearing before Iyoko doesn't translate into prosecution.
Yes, fair enough.
No. Please.
I'm saying that prosecution
you can have your opinions.
I don't understand.
You can't understand.
Exactly.
Because you are saying that Amset was to be prosecuted. It's not true. He appeared. He was investigated. And he was cleared.
He's saying that
don't say that.
Standard that you can, and we lawyers know, you can lead your client to law enforcement. They will investigate today, tomorrow, the next can take a long time. But in the end, they will show. They will say that we're sorry, leave.
Okay, so
there's nothing to.
There's nothing to show that he was prosecuted. There's nothing.
Yeah. But I'm saying that people went to
don't give that narrative
that you have inherited him.
It's wrong.
Where are the files? Where is that Mary?
It's wrong.
Oh, that's
how can you say
you can have your time when I
No.
I'm disposing of
your narrative
that are known to me.
Towards creating in the minds of people that Seth was to be prosecuted. No, but Ken Ofori-Atta interviewed for him.
No, it's wrong. Opportunity to speak.
Okay, it's wrong. No, it's not wrong. But I'm disposing of matters that are within my knowledge. So let me move on. Ken Ofori-Atta was set by the World Bank to be the Africa's finance minister of the year, 2017 and 2018. This same Ken Ofori-Atta. So we have come into, and that's why I bring civil society and the practicing lawyers in. We have come to receive a new epoch and dimension of criminal justice in Ghana since January 2025. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, I don't know. But the new epoch that we have received is that the head of the criminal justice system, the learned attorney general, appointed under Article 88, has taken a different turn from all attorney generals of the Fourth Republic. He has come forward to talk about prosecution. Some say it's good, some say it's bad. The jury is out there. Now, in the things that the Honorable Dominic Ayini has been talking about, we've heard him speak about Kwabena Duboahim. We've heard him speak about Chairman Wuntumi. Dominic Ayini, in the beginnings of his press conference, never said anything about Ken Ofori-Atta. Never. He was talking about Kwabena Duboahim. He comes to do press conferences, and then sometimes questions are asked. Now, he came and said that when the whole extradition between OSP and bring me letter and I won't bring you letter, when all of those things started, with, of course, political pressure, that Ken Ofori-Atta was a finance minister who led the country at a time that it was very difficult across the world. And it was really very difficult. Naturally, he's taking upon himself all of that blame. We will kill the finance minister. We will do this to the finance minister. Almost every finance minister gets unpopular in these kinds of situations. So, but this attorney general has been talking and he has not said much about Ken Ofori-Atta. I have personally spoken to Ken Ofori-Atta about PDS. When we talk about PDS and we describe PDS as a scandal, we describe PDS as an offense. PDS was piloted by the American thing that we do, Millennium Development MIDA. And it was a company that was to take over some of ECG's work. And the company was unable to provide a guarantee for the purpose. And the company was taken out. The company has sued in international arbitration. And the international arbitration has returned a verdict against PDS and in favor of those who made the decision to take PDS out. Yet, the propaganda against Ofori-Atta continues to mention PDS. Okay, next is National Cathedral. They mentioned National Cathedral. We have all seen what has happened with the National Cathedral. The Attorney General's recent comments on the National Cathedral is there for all to see. The OSP has preferred charges against Ken Ofori-Atta on SML. Some contract that was awarded subsequent to that.
The OSP has 5 different cases that it is investigating Ofori-Atta on.
Yeah, I'm talking about the charges.
It's preferred charges only in one of the cases.
Yes, fair enough. What is
and this also began before the new government.
Yes, that's what he said. Yes, so the OSP has preferred charges on SML. That's the only. The Attorney General has really not said anything. That Ofori-Atta, he hasn't told us whether he is also in pursuit of the SML matter or that he's in pursuit of some other matters.
He has told me,
yes,
here on Newsfile,
yes,
that he's pursuing other matters for which there are international entities and persons who have been brought into the subject. There are offshore stuff in respect of Ofori-Atta, and he tells me and my viewers that that is going to be a bigger issue than SML.
But he doesn't mention it.
No, he doesn't say what it is.
That is out of character for Dominic Ayini, because this is a Dominic Ayini who hosts press conferences and devolves everything. So if he told you that there's a case that he's investigating against the political foe, the biggest political foe, Ken Ofori-Atta, but he's unable to mention and tells us that he has international, this international, that, well, I don't know. Because this is not Dominic Ayini's character. That will be out of character. And when people act out of character, we know what the literature people say. But coming back onto the point, so this is the Ken Ofori-Atta situation, and it has been politicized because we are in a new epoch of criminal justice system where everything is being announced. Sedinam Tamaklo, which has become a matter so important that the NDC propaganda machine had to even issue a statement or publish something that Sedinam Tamaklo is also being taken through the same Ofori-Atta process. As we sit here, it's not verifiable that there was any Sedinam Tamaklo matter similar to the Ofori-Atta process occasioned by this government. It's not verifiable. It may well turn out that the whole Sedinam Tamaklo matter was just propaganda, that nothing has happened.
The Ghana embassy in the US lied?
Well, the Ghana embassy in the US said something that you said the court didn't happen. You said the Ghana embassy said 21st. It's happening. We are here. It hasn't happened.
They told us.
You said this. The word you used was that there's been a blackout.
Yes.
Yes.
They've been blocked out from following the process.
Who has been blocked out?
That's what they told us.
You believe that? In America, the United States of America,
they have
the process
access.
Is going on about
they have access until I have the contrary. And I have to stick with what they say.
Well, fair enough. We have to believe public officials until we have something to the contrary. Anyway, so that is the new justice system that we have come into. The Sedinam Tamaklo trial was started. She asked for permission to leave, and she left, and she didn't return, and the matter ended. His lawyer, while Sedinam was away during the so-called trial in absentia, cross-examined the Attorney General's witnesses until they got to the point where the judge was able to give a ruling. And when he gave the judgment, it was against Sedinam Tamaklo. And if, as a society, we are concerned about corruption, you know better than all of us that a man is innocent until proven guilty in the Anglo-Saxon common law. A man is proven innocent. A man is innocent until he's proven guilty. We all know that. So between Sedinam Tamaklo, who has been convicted, and Ken Ofori-Atta, whose trial is yet to start for us to know where it ends. Ofori-Atta's trial may start and has an opportunity to end at the submission of no case. Ofori-Atta's trial may start and Ofori-Atta may be convicted. It's all a may. We don't know. But for Sedinam Tamaklo, we know. These two people belong to two political parties. One person belongs to the ruling party. The other person belongs to the opposition party. When the MPP government was in power, they made very little noise about what had been happening with Sedinam Tamaklo. I'm only finding out this morning that Agbesi Jakwasu was his lawyer. In Ofori-Atta's case, he's in America. The story is that someone may have snitched on him. So he's going out for a walk and he's grabbed by ISIS people because ISIS people needed a court order to enter into his premises. They didn't have that court.
You mean ICE, not ISIS?
Sorry. ICE people, they don't have a court order to enter into his premises. And then he's going on his walk, which is part of a recovery process from cancer, have been told. And people who have recovered from cancer are regularly told that they should go on walks to physically exercise. So he was going on a walk, he's grabbed by ICE and he's sent to a place. Now, let's come back to why Ofori-Atta is not coming and we are holding demonstrations and all of that. I am happy with what the US lawyer said because it was always the truth, that the demonstrations going on may actually inure to Ofori-Atta's benefits. What's the Ofori-Atta story? He leaves Ghana. He has a letter from the chief of staff. He tells chief of staff that, Baba, I'm going away, but I'm available for anything. Chief of staff says, thank you, you can go. He obtained permission from the government of the day because Ofori-Atta was relatively important to the transition. So they all dealt with him. So he's going away and he says, I'm not here, he's gone. Then he appoints lawyers to deal with the matter. His lawyer said that, oh, he's going to hospital. Which hospital? Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic submit everything. Then whilst it is known where he is, he's been told that Whether you are doing Mayo Clinic or not, you have to come back to Ghana on this date. His lawyer said, we'll try. The date comes, he doesn't come. They said that he's still under medical whatever. Okay. Then, in those circumstances, he's put on Interpol red alert. In subsequent circumstances, Interpol find the reason, legal, political, sociological, whatever, to take his name off their red alert. He created news in Ghana. Why did Interpol find the reason to take his name off the red alert? Because in assessing the situation, you don't put somebody that you know where he is on red alert. So these circumstances then began to change a little bit.
The story, the alternative, is that Interpol did not take his name down.
What happened?
They did a reduction. Because he had made an application.
What is reduction?
Reduction is that he can only be seen by, it's limited. Viewing is limited. What certain people? Viewing him.
So Paul, what we are told is it's like a typical injunction application that you take to a court. Then a court said, oh, because I've seen this application, can we all hold on until I finish? So that doesn't mean that
his name is taken off.
Has that finished? Has that process finished? The process you address.
Well, now it looks like,
it's like
other issues have
it's like
But what it means is that Interpol thought that there's a case to look at for Ofori-Atta.
Which is a fair process.
Fair enough. So now when these things come up like that, the guy says, I'm coming. You're not coming. Oh, you're on red alert. Oh, charges have been preferred against you. And then all of these things are going on. It may constitute a way in which Ofori-Atta and his advisors may feel that, are we really safe in going back into this jurisdiction given all what is happening?
When you are told that all the time when you were being told that, oh, I'll come, he had started a process to become a citizen of that country so he doesn't come.
Yes, that is concerned.
Do you still believe that he actually wanted to return?
Yeah, but you see, Ofori-Atta doesn't have the power to decide that I won't come to Ghana. There are legal processes that can compel him to come to Ghana. He cannot decide.
Those processes are ongoing. Why are we worried about them?
Exactly.
Yeah, but nobody's worried. Those processes must go on. But the politicization of it, with a press conference and demonstrations and holding on to Ofori-Atta as if he's the one to provide the 21 billion that Oral promised, out of which after 1 year we have gotten zero. Today the Attorney General says that Sami Okudzeto Blackwell's 21 billion may not have been 21 billion. That's what the Attorney General is telling us. This is a society and a government that comes into office running on the back of corruption, which has been the same case for many opposition parties in the Fourth Republic. They run on corruption, but this group of people wanted to demonstrate their commitment to anti-corruption, which was great.
If I told you have been speaking for 16 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Or 17 so far, will you believe me?
I don't believe you, but I'm wrapping up because
it was heckled.
He was not heckled.
He
was not heckled.
Give me 2 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, go ahead. That's not heckling.
This is a way to take our attention from the commitment that was made for the $21 billion, not cedis, $21 billion. If Ghana has lost $21 billion to corruption, we are in serious trouble and we need a full commitment to anti-corruption to retrieve this. How much of the 21 billion is Ofori-Atta? And where is the rest of the 21 billion after 1 year for an Attorney General who holds press conferences that we are all, the legal society, the political society, is discussing whether this is the way to go?
The 21 billion, the OSP alone has 5 cases that it is looking for Ofori-Atta to answer. Yes,
no, Oral, I'm talking about Oral and it's 21 billion.
All right. Oh, okay, yes.
Oral's 21, but it's something you know about.
Some of those cases,
you know that Oral said 21 billion.
Some of the Oral cases, there are cases the OSP is doing already.
Like which one?
Listening to
National Cathedral.
National Cathedral Attorney General is saying something else.
Listening to Ofori-Atta,
yeah,
I'm convinced that if Ken is sitting in his ICE detention and watching this program, he ought to come back.
He ought to what?
To come back.
Ken?
Yes.
He doesn't have that option now, or self-deport.
Self-deport.
As that he wants to. Okay.
Because Paul Adumotri underwent similar invitation like Ken Ofori-Atta in a matter similar to the SML.
No, they are not the same.
They are similar. I don't say they are the same. I don't say they are the same.
He supervised the public pen. Paul didn't do that.
No, in the matter that Ken Ofori-Atta is being wanted by the OSP, they are similar. Pari passu, similar. But you see, Ken is on national TV.
Doing good morning, good evening, Ghana.
You mean Paul? Yes, okay, you said Ken.
No, I said if Ken is watching,
no, right
back.
now you said Ken is on national TV.
No. Ken, Paul.
I understand. It's because it's 1 week to the MPP Congress. Yes. Maybe you are mixed.
No, you should come. It means that if you are subject to investigation by the OSP, you still can have the liberties guaranteed you under the Constitution of the Republic.
Yes, that is guaranteed under the Constitution of the Republic.
That's what is guaranteed.
Yes,
that's what is
guaranteed.
But let me
done to you. Why can't that same
thing done to Ken?
You are here now.
The same actors involved. But you are.
I didn't write a letter to the chief of staff that I was traveling.
So let me.
Ken did.
Let me clear the facts are not the same. Let me clear the confusion.
You are still before an investigation committee.
Let me clear the confusion.
Okay, now you are over heckling.
Let me clear the confusion.
I don't have, by the grace of God. I'm not over. I didn't write to chief of staff.
I agree.
Allowed, but please, can you allow him? The last time too, we didn't allow.
That's the first thing.
Because it's the senior most, so we have.
That's the first thing. The first thing is simply that.
No, please state the point.
Those who are equally circumstanced and enjoying benefits under the Constitution must invite others who are also circumstanced that the Constitution will protect them. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I hear a refrain. The man was sick. He wrote a letter, chief of staff. The man, by his own hand, wrote a letter to the then chief of staff, Cecilia. What's his name?
He wrote to the transition.
Please.
No,
I'm not asking for information. No, I'm not asking for information.
Incoming.
Honorable Tampule, I'm not asking for information from you.
Wrote to the chief of staff
and copied.
I'm not asking for information from you.
Sure.
But I'm not asking for information from you.
I'm assisting you.
Please, don't assist.
We are dealing with the public.
I'm capable of
dealing with the public.
I'm capable of fighting my own fight.
Don't unless
I'm strong
there's
enough.
evidence to show for it.
I'm strong enough.
You know, he's my senior brother.
I'm strong enough.
So
respect your.
Thank you.
So let me help my senior brother.
So he wrote to the chief of staff on the 4th day of January 2025, copying the incoming chief of staff, Julius Debra, indicating that he was asking for permission to leave this country and return on the 28th of January. Specifically. And that he was going to attend to his health. So on health compassionate grounds, the chief of staff permitted him to travel. The OSP did not invite Ken Ofori-Atta to appear before them until the time that he had asked for was about expiring. The OSP wrote to the to the Ken Ofori-Atta to appear before them on the 24th of January, to appear before them in February, based on the permission he had sought. Now, so that should be clear to all of us. He left this jurisdiction given a promise to the state that he will come back on a certain day. The OSP wrote his letters based on his own promise. When was the day he was invited to appear? 10th of February 2025. That would have meant Ken Ofori-Atta, by his own undertaking, would have been in this country. That's the first thing. Now, the second thing is that before June, the expiration of his stay in the visa in the United States, Ken Ofori-Atta had applied in May to change his status from a visitor to a permanent resident, perpetually depriving the investigative authorities from reaching him, trying to put himself out of reach. You must also understand the facts. 3, Bonfair, the trial is ongoing.
So what's the problem now?
So let me tell you what is the problem, because I see that you don't understand the criminal process. The trial is ongoing. He's been charged with about 78 charges. He's been tried with, alongside
8 others.
8 others, 2 of whom, Ernest Akori and Ofori-Atta, are not available. So because the charges have been read, he ought to plead to those charges. He ought to be served. So the court has directed that the processes going on in court be served on Ofori-Atta. If the processes are served on Ofori-Atta and he fails, refuses, or neglects to attend court, he would be a fugitive from the court.
There will be a bench warrant.
There will be a bench warrant.
Is there substituted service?
It's not a substituted service. It's not a criminal case. It's not a civil case. It's a criminal case. So if it is served on him and he fails to appear, the court itself will issue a bench warrant. Mind you, he's outside the jurisdiction. The bench warrant is limited to the territorial jurisdiction of this country. So it must go through the foreign processes, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Just like the order to serve the sermons on him have to go through the diplomatic channels. Now, when that order is made, if he fails to appear and that order is made, he will be arrested and imprisoned in America for the purposes of being sent back. Okay? And if he's not arrested at all, or he's incapable of coming, because there would have been evidence of service of the criminal sermons on him, the court is now enjoined to proceed with that.
On the fundamental principle of the law, that a man must not be condemned unheard. So you give them the opportunity to be heard. Let them elect to refuse to be heard.
So you have not. You can't say that because
trying and say it's trying to censure.
You're contradicting yourself. No, we're not saying the trial has started. You just said it on air.
It has started because
the trial has started. You see, listen.
No, Bonfe, don't
listen.
No,
I want to clear your misunderstanding of the law.
Let's help our audience to understand. Don't let us
clear your misunderstanding of the law.
It's not the only accused person.
It is not the only accused person. He's not the only accused person in court. Neither is Ernest Akori the only accused person in court. So the trial has started in respect of the accused persons, all of them. But because the 2 of them are not in court, the trial cannot proceed unless the court is satisfied that there have been conscious, deliberate attempts to serve the sermons on him. And that the sermons have actually been served on him, but he has refused to come. Then the trial will continue now in absentia.
It is the reason when you are served, the law allows for certain days to expire. Then the law will construe that you don't want to come in.
Something you see.
He said something markedly different.
Please.
Completely different.
Let's stop misrepresenting ourselves. Let's stop misrepresenting ourselves.
When I finish, you can rebut.
Okay.
So don't attribute to me things I haven't said.
So the thing is that you are not. What's the name? You're not speaking to yourself.
Yes.
You are speaking to us.
Yes.
And when
others
speak, we listen to you.
Yes.
So let's tell us what you have told us.
What you have interpreted from what I said.
No, I've not interpreted.
You need to also understand that. So you also listen to me with your interpretive lenses. And it is possible that is the thing. You may have misinterpreted what I said.
So the thing is that, so can we trust Ofori-Atta to come back on his own? I don't think we can trust him. Because, one, he gave an undertaking to come to this country by himself. A man of the stature of Ofori-Atta ought to have respected his own undertaking. And at that time he gave the undertaking, he was not under any pressure from any quarters.
His health status may have changed the date he decided that he will come back.
He went to court only once. Since he left this country, only once. And I can give you his flight record. He was traveling. So it should not be the case that a person will give an undertaking and then violate his undertaking and cry the victim. That's what Ofori-Atta is doing. He's crying the victim. And his lawyers are crying the victim. Now, why do we come to all this? And it is not true, it's patently not true, as and you know, my brother Tampule, that when we served in office as minister, when you left office, the investigative authorities probably would not have understood certain decisions that you took. Or when you were MPA boss, the investigative authorities would not have understood certain decisions that you took. They invite you to come and help them. I appeared numerous times before the investigative authorities. Numerous times. It is patently false to say that Ken Ofori-Atta was the one who provided cover for Setekwe not to be prosecuted. Patently false. I know as a matter of fact that Setekwe appeared before numerous investigative bodies. Numerous. And was able to explain himself. And I also know that Ken Ofori-Atta, and that, you see, those who executioners fear the gallows. Ken Ofori-Atta, when he was the finance minister, and his wife who spoke on your air on your network, I exercised in the same gym with them at Air Force. Yeah. And I can tell you on authority that the wife of Ken Ofori-Atta picked a fight with Gloria Akufo because the wife of Ken Ofori-Atta felt that Gloria Akufo was not prosecuting NDC former appointees. I was in the gym.
This information.
Where from this?
It's not. No.
I was in the gym.
No.
You cannot mention somebody's name.
They are not here.
The person is not here. You really have to withdraw that.
No, I won't withdraw that.
I won't withdraw that.
This is completely wrong.
You are referring to a lady who is not on the show.
I won't withdraw that.
And you say she told you.
No.
Can I do my work? Can I do my work, guys?
No, but how can you?
Can I do my work?
Let's.
You come to a juice. I exercise with her.
So there's no way of verifying this information.
How can you verify this information
to the host? I mean, seriously.
You know what it is. Why are you referring to the host?
Let the host.
We don't have to give the host too much trouble. The host, we don't want to give him trouble.
Let me do my job. Sometimes we have to self-regulate.
All right.
Without the host necessarily coming.
But he really has to withdraw.
You see how quick you are.
You see how quick you are to question him even before he lands.
No.
Because the person is not here.
The person is not here.
Because I want him to finish the statement before I ask him the next question.
Okay, please proceed.
If he's not done, I don't know what he wants to say.
Under the mistaken impression.
He should withdraw.
Paul Atumachile is under the mistaken impression that this platform is.
Good evening, guys.
I'm sorry about that. If that's the impression I'm giving, I'm really sorry.
Of course.
I'm really sorry about that.
And we want to respect your panelists.
I'm really sorry about that.
Don't you agree with me that it's unfair that the person is not here present
is now laughing
to answer for herself? And you are now talking about a conversation that you must have.
He didn't refer to a conversation.
Yeah, he said he was in the gym.
He said they are in the gym together. He didn't refer.
No, he said there was a conversation. So
that he eavesdropped.
So will you?
I didn't eavesdrop.
No. Will you? Who else? Who else witnessed what you're talking about?
Well, I've mentioned parties. I've mentioned the woman. I've mentioned Gloria Akufo.
Right.
And I was in the gym, and the gym is a public place. There are many other parties I could mention, but I've just given you two names.
And they had an argument.
So I've just given you two names. So if you don't want to reach out to the woman, and I know her personally, you can reach out to Gloria Akufo. That might explain to you, if you don't understand what you don't know, that I know. That Gloria Akufo was finally removed from office.
Because
of her failure, because of the perception that she failed to prosecute people who were former appointees of the NDC.
In accordance with the desires of the Ofori-Atta and the wife.
Of the Ofori-Attas.
And this was the conversation at the gym.
This was a conversation I chanced upon in the gym, at Air Force gym. I've also given you the name of the gym. Does that make it? Well,
okay.
It cannot make it. You see. Are you not confounded? I'm not confounded.
Yeah, you're a very senior member.
No.
I'm not confounded. No, this you're a senior member of the Ghana Bar Association. You can't make allegations on a serious program like this.
Are you not confounded?
Your smile is beautiful.
Are you not even here? Are you not confounded?
You're a senior member of the Ghana Bar. You're a senior member of the Ghana Bar. You can't do that.
The gravity of the revelation. So this is what I'm saying.
It's not right.
This revelation, you are not a state official.
No.
Okay. Yeah. So it takes a different turn. In the absence of these two individuals you mentioned, and now you even go further to say this is why Gloria Akufo lost her job as Attorney General.
This is one of the reasons, yeah.
Okay. Don't you think it's unfair because of their absence?
She didn't lose her job.
For which reason
she served her
you
4
should
years.
withdraw the statement?
No, I'm not. If they think that I'm not speaking the truth, they can take me on. If they really think that I'm not speaking the truth, I'm putting my reputation on the line. You know, I don't speak lightly on matters of this nature. I don't speak lightly.
What does it mean?
I've got a reputation to protect. I've got an integrity I'm protecting.
So you...
and I'm saying that...
it is the fairness of the process that we're talking about. It has nothing to do with the truth or otherwise.
So
we're saying that
I have offered him the opportunity. I've offered him the opportunity.
They're not here to defend
I'll follow up and return to inform my audience what the named individuals think about what you say.
Gloria Akufo,
fact check.
If you can call Gloria Akufo, then she can speak.
My production is listening.
And also, Gloria didn't lose any job.
She was not fired.
Which job did she lose?
She served her tenure for 4 years. She left.
Thank you.
The next government she didn't get an appointment. That's
same as Joe Gatti.
Yes.
All right.
Not like firing her. She didn't lose her job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
she didn't lose her job. She didn't leave the Attorney General's office happily. Thank you.
She left. She concluded her tenure.
She didn't leave there happily.
And
I'm a journalist.
The time she was leaving.
I have the opportunity to talk to someone.
She didn't leave happy.
Who were not
but you're saying she wasn't happy.
We're not happy. It's not only her.
Happiness if you're
Let's have a different discussion. My producers will check if they can speak to any one of them. But subsequently, I'll do that and get back. I'm saying, I wanted to bring this to your attention. Will someone like Ken, yes, maybe he started to change his status, and therefore you use that to say a presumption that he definitely didn't want to come back.
He was putting himself beyond the reach of the authorities.
But when they say that they fear unfair treatment, or he fears unfair treatment among others, we are waking up this morning to reports that suggest that someone like Mustafa Hamid, he's standing trial. Declarations that he has made to the OSP about his assets have been made public. This is not fair to him. That, the publication is there. It's out there in the public about the property, some property that somebody gave to him, and it's out there in the public. Is that fair to him?
So again...
That he cannot justify, how he came by the property.
So when I also read the story, I don't speak lightly on matters of this nature. I always invest time and effort in trying to understand what is happening. My understanding of what is happening in terms of Mustafa Hamid is that when he took public office, he made a declaration of his properties. And so because of the matters that are ongoing in court and the challenges to the jurisdiction of the special prosecutor, the special prosecutor took interest in collecting better and further evidence of his properties and came across one property. So applied to the Auditor General's office and got the sealed declarations that he made and opened and sealed the envelope and saw that the certain properties that have come to their attention are not part of the declaration of assets.
Is it not rather that he gave the information to them that this property was given to me by X?
No.
And for this purpose,
I'm telling you the
for having worked for 10 years for this person, he gave me this property, as my reward.
No, it was not part of the declaration, but they got the property to be his, on the presumption that property is his.
Okay.
Then they questioned him. This property is not part of the list of properties that you have announced or filed with the Auditor General. And then his answer is that property was given to him by the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The next question I ask myself, so if that property is, I mean, a gift is a gift. It's constituted by offer and acceptance. So if it is a gift, someone must gift you the property and you must accept it. Now, even in land law, where the property is given to you without an effective change of ownership, the title deeds of that property will be with you. So, I
was asking the question of fairness in the process. Kabila had raised that issue. Tampuli raised that issue. Poladmochi raised that issue. Fairness in the process.
Yes, so I'm just using that example of fairness. So what is fairness?
Because now the public is prejudiced against him, that he got property through wrongful means. He can't justify how he came by the property. But as we understand, he indicated that I got that property as a gift for having served someone for 10 good years. And that was my reward. This was long ago, even before he became whoever in which office.
And what is the fairness you're talking about? The fact that
in disclosing the matter public
was disclosed. That's a matter that you have to ask the special prosecutor. That's a discretion. That's an exercise of a discretion. Okay? Whether that discretion, whether it has been exercised properly or not, is a matter for the special prosecutor to explain. But for me, for the purposes of transparency and accountability, if the special prosecutor puts that into the public domain, I see absolutely nothing wrong with that. Because he was given an opportunity to explain the ownership of that property. And his explanation is what they have put.
I'm told by one of the lawyers to him right now, that no one has asked Mustafa Hamid any question about the sealed declaration. He disclosed that property himself.
Oh, but I've not said anything different.
That's what it is.
No, I've not said anything different. Where's the unfairness in it? Where's the unfairness? But nobody has.
I don't know how Mustafa became part of the discussion.
He brought it in.
Honestly,
he brought it in.
No, you are talking Ken Ofori-Atta, and we are
I'm not saying it. He brought it in.
Paul is talking about the fears which they are telling the American authorities that it's a persecution, and all of these unfairness. So remember that the national security, or who was it, had gone to his home and were told about how things were ransacked and how they were put under fear. We are told that all these are part of the bundle of issues they are putting before the U.S. court to say that the person is not safe.
National security went to Ken Ofori-Atta's home when?
Oh, you don't remember?
No, that became public.
Yeah, when?
Much earlier.
Yes, but after the invitation of the special prosecutor to appear before him.
The special prosecutor knew nothing about that.
So what? Let's.
Sorry, I have a text. Can I read it? It relates to the. It's from Godfrey Dame. If you want, I can forward it to you so you read it.
Go ahead.
Okay, it says that Inu Safuseni ought to be checked and corrected. Gloria Akufo, which is his boss, in fact, started 90% of the supposed political prosecutions, Opuni, Dufour, NCA, and many others. It couldn't have been that someone may have felt that Gloria is not prosecuting NDC people because she did 90% of
it. Couldn't have.
That's the record.
In the same vein, hold on. In the same vein, Kwame says, I can confirm that a close friend of mine who was in the gym told me this 4 years ago. The conversation led to rifts at the Air Force Base gym, even with MPP members of the then government who were gym members. This is, okay, I'm sorry, I read the beginning before I got to the end. It was supposed to be a private conversation.
Yeah. So clearly,
he's saying it was supposed to be a private conversation.
No, the one
peddling of gossip.
Okay, so
we're peddling gossip.
But we don't know him, we don't know where he's standing and all that.
All right.
Trying to support
this
him.
This is why I take a break.
Please, we need a break.
You have a minute.
We need a break. We need a break.
We are peddling gossip.
No, you need a break now because we want to fight.
No. Yes.
I have said I have great sympathy for Ken Ofori-Atta. And my sympathy for him is simply the fact that a person who has served his country in ways that not everybody out of the 30-something million Ghanaians can do and can reach, must not be subjected to this level of dehumanization outside this country. I think, and when I saw him with ISIS officials escorting him into a vehicle with his hands handcuffed behind him, I thought that this person who had reached the high echelons of governmental authority in this country should not be treated that way. I feel sad for him, not because he's wanted by the special prosecutor. I feel sad for him because as a human being, I don't think that spectacle should befall anybody. That a person of his caliber, whose name can then be substituted for a number. I feel sad.
Trump was handcuffed.
I feel sad. That's just for me.
Is it?
And I wept when he was finance minister. I was in parliament.
But Senior, is it any less than some of the things that you have said of him on this set?
Okay, so since you are done now,
what is going on?
What is it?
You have butchered him more than what I have done.
You see, the problem about this, and
what have I said on this? What have I said on this
platform? Rumors about his wife.
Someone just said I was in the gym. Something. I was in the gym.
I'm coming. I like the way he smiles. I like the way he smiles when he's saying these things. You smile very nicely when you're saying these things.
Regardless of who you are, every little criminal case, you are handcuffed.
I premise my conversation that
former president and now current president.
I won't let this matter get here. I premise my conversation. So for anybody to get the impression you are sitting here defending, how am I defending him?
Nobody has.
Okay, have I said?
Yeah?
We're back. Off.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Oh well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water. No wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Welcome to Rehoboth Havens Agyeman-Rawlings, making home ownership simple and achievable for Ghanaians at home and abroad, starting from just 675,000 Ghana cedis. Situated within the serene hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, Rehoboth Havens offers breathtaking views of the Pediasi-Ebri Mountains. Here, we provide a peaceful environment meticulously designed for modern living. This is more than just a house, it's a lifestyle. Rehoboth Havens is a secure gated community featuring beautifully landscaped surroundings, a dedicated recreational center, unmatched comfort, safety, and peace of mind. For many Ghanaians living abroad, owning a property back home can feel like a distant dream. At Rehoboth Havens, we believe everyone deserves a place to call their own, a space for family, a lasting legacy, and a smart investment for the future. We offer spacious 2, 3, and 4-bedroom homes, moving ready and designed for modern living. Don't wait. Secure your future today. Call us on 0553 751 933 or 0206 823 524 or 0244 764 499. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I will take this anytime, any day.
Escape to luxury at Anointed Executive Airbnb Apartments nestled in Bawe. Our stunning retreat blends comfort and elegance, offering you everything you need for a perfect stay. Relax in style, work with ease, and make memories in our beautifully designed space. Fully equipped, serene, and ready for you. Book now and elevate your stay. Call on 0256 492415 or 0256 389198. Anointed Executive Airbnb Apartments. Your comfort, our pride.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. There's no issue of fairness in the disclosure matter. Publication and verification of assets declared is backed by ANCAC Article 8 and 52. Ghana is a state party to ANCAC, so the questioning of fairness does not arise at all. The limitation in the Ghanaian framework of asset and liability declaration in Article 286 and others is what the Conduct of Public Officers Bill seeks to cure. And this is coming from someone in the anti-corruption front, CSO. I asked that question, whether it was fair that this was being done to Mustafa, and he has come with an answer that there's no question of fairness at all. It is okay. Gamel says that I'm confused about Honorable Idrisu. Ghanaians are hypocritical. on every issue about the state. I think because in Ghana laws are not respected and allowed to work, so it's better Ken is taking through the system in the US than bringing him here. All these politicians in your studio know how to get Ken back home to face the law. They would have pressed the knob. If it's a poor person, look, there would be the same situation when the NDC leaves power. Okay, you are saying a lot of things. I'm trying to appreciate. Kwabena-Atta says that those people under whose names are not roped into the web, how did they acquire it? What work did they do? What is their income? How much taxes did they pay? Okay, plenty wahala for them. If Hamid indeed listed only ABC as assets in his declaration, and an investigation proves that he has XYZ unlisted of hidden under other names, then it opens a whole can of criminal worms. Concealment, misinformation of a public officer, etc. Privacy cannot save him if they are true. So, Samson, public office is what it is, public. No one is going to compel me to list and declare all my assets as I remain seated in my bedroom. But as soon as I decide to vie for public office, my entire life will be put under scrutiny. Nothing remains private. Okay, so as I understand, let's quickly get this. Mustafa Hamid's, one of his lawyers, joins us. Is that Akbar?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Senior.
Right. What would you like to clarify? What's the intervention for which you're calling us?
We listened to the submission of my uncle, Honorable Inusa Fuseni. And, the submission is founded on misinformation. And he can be pardoned because that has been the pattern of the OSP as far as this matter is concerned, to come to the public to misrepresent facts and to set up our client for attacks by the Ghanaian people. And so it is on the basis of that misinformation that the Honorable Inusa Fuseni founded his submission, and it is important to correct that. First of all, it is not true that the property in question was not declared by Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid to the Auditor General. It is a complete falsehood. It is also important to add that Mustafa Hamid held 2 public offices in the last 8 years. First, as Minister of Information, and second, as Chief Executive of the NPA. In these 2 public offices, he made declarations of his assets to the Auditor General. So what we should be asking the OSP is which particular declaration did they unseal? Because dates are very, very important in any diligent work as far as legal matters are concerned. So, for instance, if you go and you unseal the 2017 declaration, you will not find this particular asset because that asset was acquired in 2018 and occupied in 2019. All right? But if you go and you unseal the declaration to the Auditor General in 2021, before he assumed office as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority, you will find this property declared to the Auditor General. So it is important that in any analysis, we ask the Office of the Special Prosecutor, which of the declaration forms did you unseal? Okay. It is also important.
Is it not normally the current declaration? And if you had declared earlier, and you have to declare again, you declare with the new list of properties you have, and the old will be in there.
And that is why it is important to ask them.
Okay, so you are thinking that they would have made a mistake and gone for the past declaration rather than the current?
Exactly, because if you go for the 2021 declaration with the Auditor General, the property is there. And it would not be in the 2017 declaration because the property was acquired in 2018. And he has been in occupation since 2019.
All right.
All right. In any case, Samson, why should a prosecutor, all right, prosecuting crimes he said were committed in 2022 and 2024, be seeking to list a property acquired in 2018 as a proceed of a crime committed between 2022 and 2024?
No, I thought they were saying that. I thought they were saying that, like it happens in every normal investigation. If I'm investigating A and B pops up, I need to follow it.
No, they're not investigating anything. In any case, just this last Tuesday, they wrote a letter to Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid to appear before them, speak to properties they have identified in respect of offenses for which he has been formally charged.
Oh, really?
So it is absolutely. In fact, on Thursday, we read this letter in open court, and the judge had to rebuke the OSP for engaging in unlawful conduct.
The judge said what about the OSP again?
She had to rebut them.
We are told that the publication out there is unfounded and that the judge denies that she had to say anything untoward about the OSP.
The person who is denying it has never been to court since the case started in July 2023. In 2025, he has never been to court. What is factual is that these particular conversations were off record.
Okay, all right.
Fact, and you can cross-check from the Deputy Attorney General. He was in court.
Okay.
Indeed, he was invited by the judge to comment on this conduct, and the Deputy Attorney General was clear that it is on unlawful conduct by the OSP to continue to investigate matters which are properly before a court. Because if you don't complete your investigation, you don't go to court.
Akbar, thank you. This is not a subject for discussion, but because it came up and I got your contact, we decided we should call you so that you say what you needed to say. Thank you very much. But hold on. I understand that Samida Aku, Director of Research and Communications at the OSP, joins us. Sami, what do you have to say in response?
Just a quick clarification, and I'm very happy that he has finally confirmed the false news that they made a lawyer blogger to put out that a judge had ordered OSP not to do some particular things, investigate or, as it were, detain people. But this is the truth. The OSP has been doing what we call parallel financial investigation into Mustafa Hamid's assets, as well as what he has been charged with. Now, there is no law in Ghana that bars a law enforcement agency from doing that. And so you can be charged for extortion and money laundering. And you can also be investigated for another thing arising out of the same case. And that is what the OSP has been doing. So formally, the OSP has unsealed Mustafa Hamid's assets since he has been in public office. So it's not that OSP unsealed maybe one. We unsealed all his assets that he had declared when he became a public officer. Then the OSP itself also has an property and declaration regime where you fill properties that you have. And if you don't, it's a criminal offense. So we have compared the two, and we came to a realization that he has not declared a number of properties. And something you might have said that the OSP put out his asset that we unsealed. No, we have never put out any asset he has unsealed. What we have said is that the matter for which he went to court and after the adjournment complained to the judge that the OSP is harassing him is not harassment, but rather an investigation by the OSP into his assets. And that itself is a different regime because the OSP law says that when you fail or neglect or deliberately do not tell us the assets that you have, but OSP is reasonably through investigation is able to identify them, then it will be subject to forfeiture. So what the OSP is about to do is a forfeiture of the assets that we have uncovered. And we ask him to come and speak to the assets. And that will not amount to harassment because it's not one property.
I'm told he has not been asked to come speak to the. Okay, one lawyer said that, and then Akbar confirms that actually he was invited on the ongoing investigation and not a new one.
No, they get it wrong because the asset investigation is what they have invited him on because the asset was a parallel investigation to the case that is in court. So he was supposed to appear before us yesterday and he did not. The reason why he's supposed to appear is that we have already spoken to his wife and children about properties that have been put in their names and whether they acquired it on their, how did they acquire it. And out of that is where the OSP said that there's this one property he declared to us in his property and income to the OSP. And he said it was a gift by the former president, Akufo-Addo. And we had asked him that if it's a gift, then show us the property covering it. But it doesn't mean that if he declines to do that,
you mean show us documents covering it, not property covering it, right?
There's no property. He didn't show us any property covering what
document, not property.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say. He did not show any document covering it.
Yeah.
But if you say it's just a gift from, say, a former president to you, that is really not the case of the OSP. The OSP wants to find out whether what you have said is true or not.
Yeah, but the lawyer is saying that there is a declaration in which this property can be found, and you got the wrong one.
And I'm saying that the OSP has gone through all that he has declared. But even this property, he declared it to the OSP. Samson, please listen to me. I said that the OSP has the power to compel you to declare your property and income. And when he was filling the property and income, he did declare that house to us. And what the OSP is interested in is that if it's a gift to you, show us the documents covering it. So that the OSP is very clear in his mind that this was properly a proper document.
But it is the accused person's choice or the suspect's choice to show you the document or not to show you. It's their right.
That's why I've said that if he refuses to do that, it doesn't mean it terminates anything. They think that by saying it's a gift from the former president, it ends it. And we are saying that it doesn't end it. But I'm saying that that property is not the only property in respect of which OSP
but what led to this part of his property matter being put in the public domain?
What led to is very simple. He and his lawyers, plus the bloggers that he has, have always been fighting the OSP after court and putting out misinformation. So they have put out the misinformation that the OSP is harassing him in respect of this investigation. And the OSP had to clarify that it is not harassment. It is an investigation in assets he has acquired, which the OSP expects.
Okay, we've run out of time, but Akbar, having heard Sami, what do you have to say, briefly?
So, Sami is not being truthful. When we complain about harassment, it is not because of the invitation. We appeared before the OSP to report in accordance with our bail conditions on Tuesday, and I accompanied him there. When we got there, they kept us for 2 hours, appeared suddenly with investigators, set up recorded, and I confronted them. I said, what are you going to do? And they said they are going to investigate him, and I raised an objection. And I said, you cannot abuse a court order to conduct an investigation. If you want to investigate him, write formally to him so that we will confer with him and appear. It is that.
What happened to Agbar's line? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Fight your matters in the courtroom. Finish them, and then let's come and talk about them as far as the matters that happen in the court are concerned. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, it looks like our time is run out, but maybe Hassan.
Yes, sir.
You can help us here. This floor price.
Yeah.
That Star Oil is saying, bring it down. We want to reduce our prices, fuel prices further. And some people say it can't happen. And the cheating going on with the trotro drivers and commercial drivers, it's not fair to the public. You know, if I want to pick a car from here to, say, Kaswa, I would have to pick like 4, 5 different cars before I get there. Meanwhile, normally, there should be one car that takes me there.
Yeah, this is a 2-in-1 question that I need about 2 hours.
Try and box it,
but
into
first for
1 minute.
In July 2015, we moved from a regulated market in the downstream to a deregulated market. In other words, the states will no longer provide any subsidy, full cost recovery, and consumers will pay as and when the prices reflect on the international markets. Now, what that meant was that the OMC were no longer going to be fighting on volumes, but they were going to fight on the basis of prices at the pump. All right? So what your price you quote is what will determine whether consumers will come to you. Now, in due course, because of all these competitions, some people took advantage and started doing some illegal smuggling business, so that when they get the product for export, for instance, which does not attract tax, then they will now go and sell it at the pump and sell it below the market price. So that's one of the issues. And then secondly, you also found out that those big boys were also doing predatory prices in order to price away the small boys, the small players in the industry. So the MPA had to come out with the pricing floor below which no OMC can price. In other words, we took into consideration the price build-up, the distributors' margin, the taxes, levies, and margins, the price on the international markets, and then the forex and the operating costs. Now, if you did everything right, you shouldn't be able to sell below this price. You can only sell above. Otherwise, the impression is created that these are smuggled products that you are selling and then dumping on the markets. So that will sustain the market. Now, going forward, it appears that some people have perfected the arts of doing this price war by having an efficient distribution system. Now, if you don't have an efficient distribution system, you can't compete strongly. And I'll give you an example. Star Oil is one of the small players at the time that I took over in 2017.
Now they are big.
With time, any time that we implemented any automated platform, any digitalization platform, they were so quick to adapt. And even when people were resisting, they will invite us to come and install automatic tank gauging system in their tanks. Mm-hmm. Currently, you know, in 2017 or 2020, they had about 84, stations. Today they have 254.
Oh, yeah.
254. The world, for instance, has about 440. But Star Oil has posted 120 million profits after tax, as opposed to Goil, which has posted 20 million cedis. Mm. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, Star Oil has gone from dealer management and partial company management to full company management. Everything about them is automated. So right from the depot, you load the product onto their trucks. They monitor the real time by the electronic cargo tracking system.
Nothing can be done about the full price.
Anything about it, right? So currently, what Star Oil is saying is that in between window, so from 1st January to 16th January, in between this window, there are times that prices drop drastically on the international market. Mm-hmm. So we don't have to wait until the next window. Mm. Let consumers benefit from this window at once. And that's what consumers want. Mm. Some others do what we call...
By law, can they do that?
No, so by law, they can't.
They can't.
By law, they can't. So that is why they are calling on the MPA to try and remove the pricing floor. If we are able to deal with the
state that is being unfair to us. It's a state that is
so to speak. Yes. But the state is also afraid that smuggled products are being brought into the country, and then that will also deny them of taxes. But if we are able to check, if we are able to check the smuggling.
Okay.
Then we can remove the price floor.
Yeah.
So that in between windows, and then you cascade down.
Yeah, Professor Jampo, what do you think about it? Because the unfairness to the public and the way the transport owners are also doing, commercial drivers are doing, people are very unhappy about it.
Well, especially I am so unhappy about the
yes.
Yes. Where you drive from here, they charge something, and then they know they are going to Kaswa, but they will tell you they're going to Kaneshi. So they will get you off Kaneshi, then they will load. I mean, it's not fair.
Either you get off or you top up, then they take you.
But I'm happy that the Ministry of Transport has helped in the formation of a joint task force that has been set up to monitor some of these things.
And they are bringing in new buses.
And they are bringing in new buses, and also I think they are encouraging the private sector to take advantage of now because of the stabilization of our currency, so they could import more.
The floor price, should something be done about that law?
Well, like you said, in that case,
it's a free market.
In that,
we are
but in that case,
it's been over 10 years now. We should be able to move beyond deregulating.
Now, if you have a private sector asking that things should be reduced for the benefit of all of us, then I think we must all.
Dr. Bonfe, a minute, and then I'm sorry, gentlemen, that's all time will allow us.
I won't talk.
No, Dr. Bonfe, a minute.
I think the major issue here is a trust issue, and we should bring all the stakeholders, led by the regulator in the industry, the MPA in this sense, and get consumers to contribute as part of the stakeholders. And I think we should be able to find a way in ensuring that we build trust that will yield dividends for all of us as a country.
Okay, I can give you 30 seconds.
Well, it appears to me that Star Oil is competing on quality and price.
Sure, easily.
And it's putting the consumer at the forefront. It thinks that benefits that come to them by reason.
Bottom line, should you remove that regulation and
when
allow
you remove
them
that regulation, you see what they are simply saying that the floor price enables them to give a lot of, if you want, dividend to their shareholders. If you remove that floor, they transfer that dividend to the consumer. That's simply what they are saying.
Well, I've not looked at the Star Oil thing. I'm quite worried about the transport situation, and it looks like the economic equation is not adding up, because if the macroeconomic stability is that way, the first thing we should see is that the government services should be reduced. Government services are water and electricity. If you can stabilize the dollar, as we have been told, and it's a good thing, and if you can bring inflation to 5.4, which is one of the highest we've had, and you increase electricity services, there's something really is not adding up. And next time we have time, we can go into that.
But the other concern people are raising is that the same nation of how many Christians there are, when there is a reduction, they are willing to affect it, to reflect in the market. My outfit is by Habil's Couture. That's where you get the best of kaftans. The number is 0200 84 1988. 0200 84 1988. Habil's Couture. They will give you the best of kaftan. And this has been Newsfile. This has been Newsfile. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm supposed to say happy birthday to Ekuya Amwako, one of the spokespersons for the Dr. Baumia campaign. Right. Thank you very much. Inusa Fuseni, Kabila, Professor Jampo, Hassan Tampule, and Paulus. All right, have a good afternoon. I'm Samson Ladi.
Welcome to Rehoboth Havens Agyeman-Rawlings, making home ownership simple and achievable for Ghanaians at home and abroad, starting from just 675,000 Ghana cedis. Situated within the serene hills of Agyeman-Rawlings, Rehoboth Havens offers breathtaking views of the Bidiasi-Ebri Mountains. Here, we provide a peaceful environment meticulously designed for modern living. This is more than just a house, it's a lifestyle. Rehoboth Havens is a secure gated community featuring beautifully landscaped surroundings, a dedicated recreational center, unmatched comfort, safety, and peace of mind. For many Ghanaians living abroad, owning a property back home can feel like a distant dream. At Rehoboth Havens, we believe everyone deserves a place to call their own, a space for family, a lasting legacy, and a smart investment for the future. We offer spacious 2, 3, and 4-bedroom homes, move-in ready and designed for modern living. Don't wait. Secure your future today. Call us on 0553 751 933 or 0206 823 524 or 0244 764 499. Rehoboth Social Housing. Your housing dream becomes reality.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
First Sky Group, a wholly owned Ghanaian company made up of First Sky Construction, First Sky Bitumen Processing, First Sky Commodities, Volta Serene Hotel, Western Serene Atlantic Hotel, Serene Insurance, First Sky Energies, and Federal Rural Bank warmly invite you to its 23rd Thanksgiving service on the theme Proclaiming the Mighty Deeds of the Lord, Psalm 71:15-16. The Thanksgiving service in 2 parts will be hosted by the founder and executive chairman, Mr. Eric Sedi Kutoche. The first part begins on Friday, January 23rd, 2026, and all night from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Trinity Temple Assemblies of God Church, TTAG, Community 10, Tema. Ministering in Word, Reverend Mark Sessi, Assistant General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Sierra Leone, Reverend Aaron Funtz, Senior Pastor, Wind and Fire Sanctuary, Assemblies of God, Temale, Ghana, Reverend Sujit Alex, Thames North Area Leader, Assemblies of God, UK. The second part follows on Sunday, January 25th, 2026. Thanksgiving service at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Dominic Yo, Global Chairman, World Assemblies of God, and General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Singapore. Chairman for the occasion, Apostle General Sam Kwanchi Ankara, General Overseer, Royal House Chapel International. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Also in attendance will be His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, General Overseer, Action Chapel International, Reverend Stephen Yensum Wingam, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, and Vice Chairman, Africa Assemblies of God, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manso, Immediate Past General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwabena Asamoah Jedu, the Presiding Bishop, the Methodist Church,
Ghana. Most Reverend Dr. Paul Wafo, past presiding bishop, Methodist Church, Ghana. Apostle Professor Kojo Opoku Onyina, past chairman, Church of Pentecost. Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, an international evangelist. Reverend Dr. Silvanus Amegashiti Alom, Group Corporate Chaplain, First Sky Group, and other senior clergy. Ministering in music will be Minister Kofi Owusu-Pripra. For more details, please call 020-854-3441 or 0248-94002.
If the sickness is from I'll just build a champion, never lost a battle. If the problem is
What juice are you taking?
This is Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice.
Can I have a glass?
Of course.
Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice is not just your regular cocoa drink. This is an innovative juice made from the pulp of the cocoa fruit. Once the cocoa pod is harvested, the pulp, which would have been previously discarded, this time is set aside, and that is what is used to make your Koa Natural 100% cocoa fruit juice. Not only is Koa refreshing, the taste is incredible.
Wow.
There's no added sugar, no additives, and no preservatives. 100% cocoa fruit juice. Don't worry, you won't be left out.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I would take this anytime, any day.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Ball Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
I'm going for my graduation. Oh well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Ofori-Atta Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Ofori-Atta Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Ofori-Atta Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Ofori-Atta, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Ofori-Atta Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Ofori-Atta. Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Ofori-Atta Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Ofori-Atta Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Ofori-Atta Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Ofori-Atta, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Ofori-Atta Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Ofori-Atta.
Hello and welcome to yet another edition of your favorite Sages show. And today we are going to speak to someone who cut across several sectors, someone who is a scientist but doesn't just end as being a scientist, has transcended into writing and creative writing. And so today our guest is Professor Wagu. He's a Nigerian poet, a columnist and professor of cell molecular biology at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Professor Wagu was born in Obaititi, Nguru Abo Mbaize in Imo State of Nigeria. He attended Christ the King School, Aba, between 1942 and 1949 before proceeding to the St. Patrick's College, Calabar, to study between 1950 and 1956. Now, Professor received his BSc and MSc degrees in zoology in 1961 and 1965, respectively. That was quite quick, and now he did it from the University of London. Thereafter, he obtained a Doctor of Philosophy, a PhD degree in zoology from the Stockholm University in 1965. Professor Wagu then went on to the University of Connecticut in 1966, where he completed spectacular research on myosin messenger RNA and muscle protein synthesis on his postdoctoral fellowship. Now, 3 years later, in 1969, he was appointed assistant professor at Brock University, Canada, where he later rose to the rank of associate professor in 1973. Then, as an African, someone who's patriotic to his motherland, he decided to then return to Nigeria, where he worked as a senior lecturer at the University of Ibadan until his retirement in 2002. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man we're going to speak to today, Professor Wagu. Prof, great to have you here today.
Thank you very much.
Great. I find your do I call it a hat or a cap? It's quite fascinating. What's the story behind it?
No, I'm an Igbo man. You got it right. I was born in Opetitimbro in Imo State. But I've spent a good chunk of my life in Ibadan. And this is the traditional headwear, the fila of the Oyo people where I live. You know, it stands, and then you have these the ears up there, and you can do all your poems on it. So that's it's a traditional Yoruba fila, traditional Yoruba attire. Which I love so much, and I wear it from time to time. Thank you. Thank you.
Has that the meaning of it found a way into any of your poetries?
No. You see, my poetry is not something I can easily recall. This is innate or not innate.
Okay.
Because a lot of it covers life and nature. The last one, for example, was on trees and ebony and figures. But I don't now readily recall that any of my poems would have as content this closeness or appreciation to the Yoruba traditional attire.
All right. It looks like you love Obaititi Nguru very much. So let's go there. What memories from Obaititi Nguru shaped your earliest sense of wonder, scientific or politics? Tell us about that and growing up in Nigeria of those times.
Well, these are recorded in my memoirs, Dreams, Delights. I was born in Obaititi in 1937, yes, but my father took me to Aba, I think about 1938 or 39 or so. So my earliest memories of Aba would come from, say, 1939. I was just about 2 years old at the time, before I started school. I schooled in Aba and lived in Aba during my primary school days from 1940. I returned to Obaititi in 1954. By the time I had already left, I was based at Baptist College, Calabar. So that memory, I don't know how much time we have, is a very detailed one.
Okay.
Because it recalls my life with my father and my mother. And as I said, I've written on this in my book, in my memoirs, Dreams, Dance. The formation of a child is not a little thing. I'm someone like myself who is a rascal and troublesome and doesn't listen and often disobedient. That is to say, I'm asked to do A and I go and do B, and instead of doing A, I'll be running away doing something else, etc. I think I gave my parents quite a hard time. And fortunately, I came out of it quite well. That is to say, I grew out of my rascality in time by 1940, I would say 1948, precisely 1948. The change came around 46, 47, but by 48, when I was in primary 5, ready to for primary 6 to leave the first primary school. Yes, I was a better boy. I was attending classes. I was in school. I was patient. I was obedient. But my earlier years were, as I said in my book, I would go and buy suya. The suya is a bit barbecued beef. Put in my pocket and be eating during class. That's the kind of rascal I was.
but I mean, you say along the line you changed. What caused that particular change in you?
I went to a Catholic school. It's a Catholic school. Christ the King School, Aba. My parents are Catholics, my father and my mother. They gave me good whipping, especially my father. They gave me good whipping and instructions. And in time, slowly, with religious classes, with my rosary helping, my religion helping, I could come out of what I would describe as the physical and physical rascality. That is, being away from class, going to buy suya, finding money to buy the barbecued beef, eating it during class. That kind of life was away by 1946-7. And by the time I reached, as I said, primary 5, I was far more responsible. I can't put the finger on it directly, but my father is a wonderful, wonderful person who would not let his son be a fool. I dare not. I can't. He will kill me.
That was a traditional father, yeah?
Well, the traditions. You're like my grandson. I don't know how old you are, but you look from what I'm seeing. You're no younger than you're no older than any of my children, and perhaps just a little older than my grandson. My grandson is 30, was born 62, so he's 33 now.
I could be your grandson anyway.
So I come from a real African disciplinary tradition where a child is not spared the rod, not spared. If you misbehave, you get it. If you did wrong, you get it. There's no question about trying to be understanding. You have to understand one thing, right and wrong. If it's wrong, you get a good whipping. And after some time, the whipping got to me, and I said, I think that's enough.
So with that experience, when you look at the contemporary parent,
you lost me.
No, we are with you. So I mean, with that experience, if you look at the contemporary parenting and what you had that time, do you see a change, and is it positive or negative?
You know, each time in life, I tell everybody, I don't compare A and B when it comes to life and patterns of living, etc.
Okay.
Because each time confronts its own problems and deals with them the best way possible. My parents, your grandparents, or any of the African parents were disciplinarians. They didn't spare they made sure the child grew up being obedient, being serving. I swept the floor, I washed plates, we walked to. We went through all the rigors of life that was before us. My children didn't go through that. My children, well, we lived in Stockholm, then we lived in, beginning in Stockholm, then in the US, and then finally in Canada before we came back to Nigeria. The last child was born in Nigeria, yes, that was 1974. So their own experience is entirely different. And not just because of me being in the university, but the changes had come. There was light, there was water, schools were closer. So you didn't have to walk 2-3 miles to go to school and walk back home again. And at the same time, the kinds of problems I had in school, not knowing A, not knowing B, I think that changed with the educational system in the 60s, 50s, 60s. I left secondary school. My secondary school experience is another. Discipline, attention, time. You have to be on time. You wake up at 5, everything was timed. You wake up at 5 o'clock, you go to Mass. We went to Mass every day. I'm a Catholic, I go to Mass every day. And as I said to Ken, when I leave you now, I'm going to the Blessed Sacrament to meet our Lord. That's the training that you receive in time. Nothing really changes. The only thing is adaptations and new ways of confronting the problems that you meet. Yes, my parents flogged me for being a bad boy. My children, I don't know how good or bad they were, but they didn't get any flogging from me. We could talk. It didn't happen. It won't happen in Stockholm or in the US, not easily. Well, it could happen in the sense of they will spend more time on TV or want to do this or what. But generally, children are taught to be obedient. Please don't do this, please don't do that. And the environment, in many cases, helps us to comply.
So I mean, the current system where people say young children of today are not disciplined,